horizon stretches out as an endless ocean of shimmering sand, a brutal crucible under an unblinking sun. Every breath taken by the prehistoric hunters feels like inhaling molten glass, drying their throats to dust. Their physical reserves are entirely depleted, their muscles screaming for a single drop of life-giving moisture. Through the distorting heat waves of the desert, a solitary vertical shape breaks the monotonous line of death. Against all ecological odds, a lone coconut palm stands anchored deep within the arid, baking wasteland. Clustered tightly near the trunk are precious fruits, a mixture of dried brown husks and younger green spheres. With slow, deliberate movements, he begins the agonizing climb, fighting the gravitational drag on his weakened limbs. Its upper crown tells a tragic story of survival, with leaves entirely withered and turned to brittle straw by the solar glare. Yet, beneath this crown of decay lies a vibrant, hidden testament to the stubborn resilience of nature. From his primitive leather belt, he draws his primary tool, a crudely flaked but lethal stone knife. Suspended high above the burning desert floor, he balances precariously, facing the blinding, direct glare of the sun. He summons the absolute final reserves of his biological strength, raising the heavy stone blade above his head. He strikes the tough, fibrous stem of the coconut cluster, the impact sending dull vibrations through the palm. Each repeated blow under the baking, suffocating midday heat is a desperate gamble against total muscle failure. Finally, the stem severs, and the heavy, moisture-laden fruits hurtle downward, impacting the soft sand with a heavy thud. He rapidly gathers the scattered coconuts into a single pile, shielding them from the intense ambient heat. Kneeling on the hot sand, he raises his stone knife once more, driving it with precise force into the center of a fruit. The stubborn outer husk splits apart, exposing the hard inner shell, which he fractures with a secondary, masterful strike. Coconut water is a hyper-nutritious survival fluid, uniquely packed with natural potassium, magnesium, and essential sugars that instantly restore cardiac rhythm and cellular hydration. From the fractured heart of the coconut, a pristine, clear liquid bubbles forth, escaping into the sunlight. He brings the cracked shell to his lips, allowing the sweet, life-saving nectar to flood his parched oral cavity. The cool fluid flows down his esophagus like a miraculous balm, instantly reversing hours of cellular dehydration. In the prehistoric world, individual survival is meaningless without collective continuity. He turns to his life partner. He unselfishly shares the perfectly opened, water-rich coconuts with his waiting, equally exhausted wife. Next, The hunter uses the thin, wedge-like edge of his stone blade to pry the solid white lining from the interior shell. The dense coconut meat is extraordinarily aromatic and packed with saturated fats, acting as a high-calorie fuel for the human body. This rich vegetable fat provides immediate satiety, effectively crushing the gnawing pangs of long-term starvation. Hoisting the heavy baskets onto their backs, they resume their trek, literally carrying the heavy burden of survival. A wild desert rabbit is lying completely exposed on the baked earth, its small body paralyzed by severe sunstroke. The creature's natural speed is completely neutralized by the overwhelming, oppressive heat of the day. Operating with absolute predatory silence, the hunter sneaks forward, minimizing his physical silhouette against the light. Within a single afternoon, the wilderness has provided them with both deep hydration and dense animal protein. This single fortunate acquisition effectively yanks the small family entirely out of the jaws of impending mortality. They immediately prepare the rabbit flesh for preservation, using the stone knife to slice the muscles into clean sections. The fresh, tender meat is sliced with expert precision into incredibly thin strips to facilitate rapid cooking. The hunter reaches into a small pouch and extracts raw mineral salt crystals, crushing them over the sliced flesh. He sprinkles a measured amount of salt to penetrate the muscular fibers, enhancing the flavor and preventing cellular decay. Next, the seasoned meat strips are meticulously arranged inside large, protective sheets of fresh palm leaves. The division into multiple separate packages allows for easy transport and efficient distribution during the journey. They march forward through the punishing, dry wind, fueled by the psychological triumph of a successful forage.
Koda!
Upon entering the perimeter of their camp, they immediately gather firewood to ignite the central hearth. The woman opens the emerald green palm leaf wrappers, exposing the perfectly salted, pristine meat to the air. They push long, slender wooden skewers deep into the core of the meat strips, securing them for the flames. The meat-laden skewers are suspended over the hearth, where a crackling, bap-bung fire begins to radiate intense heat. As the exterior sizzles, the hunter uses a feathered brush to coat the meat with thick, golden wild honey. The honey glaze caramelizes over the open flame, locking the natural moisture inside and adding a spectacular sweetness. The remaining pieces of meat are hung on a high rack to be thoroughly smoked and dehydrated by the sun. This ancient dehydration method ensures the meat is transformed into a long-lasting, vital food reserve for lean times. Rabbit meat is exceptionally low in fat and cholesterol, while being packed with highly bioavailable iron and essential amino acids. With primitive satisfaction, they chew ravenously on the perfectly roasted, crispy, and deeply flavored rabbit meat. The tribal family sits closely together around the flickering perimeter of the fire, their hunger reaching its peak. After the intense feast, they lie down under the massive protective canopy of sprawling ancient trees. As dawn breaks, the brief respite concludes, and they must pack their meager belongings to continue the journey. Navigating through the untamed wilderness, wild fruits remain an absolutely critical component of their daily survival strategy. These raw botanical specimens provide the essential vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber needed to maintain baseline health. Alongside the fruit, fresh slabs of fatty salmon are carefully sliced and meticulously enclosed within supple banana leaves. The green banana leaves steam the fish internally over hot stones, significantly enhancing its aromatic profile and tenderness. In this ancient world, however, security is a temporary illusion. The struggle for existence is never a simple affair. Before their morning meal can be completed, a massive, apocalyptic, prehistoric rainstorm suddenly detonates across the landscape. Violent, jagged arcs of electricity rip through the blackened sky, accompanied by ground-shaking explosions of thunder. The tribe must initiate an immediate, high-speed relocation to avoid being caught in a catastrophic flash flood. The sudden, torrential deluge is capable of triggering massive mudslides that can sweep away entire populations in an instant. Driven by the absolute necessity of evasion, they abandon the valley and begin ascending a treacherous mountain ridge. The entire clan moves in close synchronization, tracking along the steep, rain-slicked Suannuai with extreme caution. They press their bodies against the cold stone, carefully gripping the slippery rock faces and exposed tree roots for traction. A single loss of footing on this wet, unstable vertical terrain would result in an immediate, fatal plunge into the abyss. With synchronized muscle power and absolute trust, they use the rope to haul each struggling member up the vertical wall. The massive downpour has completely revitalized the previously arid rivers, transforming dry beds into rushing, fertile channels. The sudden influx of deep water naturally triggers an explosion of aquatic activity, introducing an abundance of potential prey. The hunters cautiously enter the dense, overgrown swampland bordering the river, where the vegetation grows in choked profusion. This primordial wetland is a highly unstable environment, concealing deep patches of quicksand and territorial predators. They take their tightly woven wicker baskets and smear the inner chambers with the intense, concentrated residue of wild honey. They submerge these modified traps along the shallow margins of the swamp, allowing the scent to diffuse into the current. The powerful saccharide aroma functions as a supreme chemical lure for the giant crustaceans scavenging the river bottom. Massive river lobsters, drawn blindly by their highly sensitive olfactory antennae, emerge from their deep mud burrows. Lobsters are highly targeted by prehistoric tribes due to their extraordinary, hyper-nutritious biological profile. Their dense, mineral-rich white meat offers high-quality amino acids and zinc, directly facilitating rapid muscle hypertrophy and repair. With all the high-grade raw ingredients assembled, an exceptional ancestral cooking ritual is put into action. The cooks split open large sections of green, living bamboo, creating a series of natural, sealed pressure vessels. They pack the raw lobster tail meat and sliced mushrooms tightly into these organic cylinders, sealing the ends with wet clay. Cooking inside green bamboo allows the natural moisture of the plant to steam the interior ingredients under light pressure. This brilliant technique significantly increases flavor retention while ensuring the delicate proteins become exceptionally soft and uniformly cooked. The split bamboo reveals a steaming, perfectly golden brown culinary treasure, releasing an intense, mouth-watering aroma. The nutrient-dense lobster flesh instantly rejuvenates their depleted systems, ensuring they survive the current evolutionary bottleneck. To maintain dominance in this hostile era, early humans must prioritize the application of primitive intelligence over raw physical power. They completely avoid engaging giant megafauna in direct combat, recognizing that their thin skin is no match for massive horns. Instead, they dedicate their collective labor to excavating deep, lethal pit traps along known animal migratory paths. They carefully disguise the open mouth of the chasm, using a fragile structural matrix of dry tree branches and surface sand. With their hidden engineering operational, they push forward into the brush, continuing the dangerous sequence of the hunt. In this unpredictable ecosystem, a fatal threat or a vital resource can manifest around any given corner. Surrounded entirely by constant, shifting hazards, the absolute sensory sharpness of the prehistoric hunter is their primary survival asset. Suddenly, the birds go silent. A monstrous prehistoric lion has emerged from the high grass, its amber eyes locked on them. The fragile boundary between safety and extinction instantly shatters as the ultimate evolutionary confrontation begins. The massive apex predator detonates into a full-speed charge, tracking the fleeing humans with terrifying cinematic power. It slashes through the air with explosive fury, deploying claws that are as long and razor-sharp as flint daggers. The prehistoric mega-lion was an unmitigated engine of destruction, weighing nearly half a ton with a bite force capable of snapping an elephant's femur. Caught in the sights of this apex terror, the human hunters have no complex choices remaining. They must flee with every watt of their power or face absolute death. As the roaring beast narrows the distance, the woman executes a desperate defensive maneuver, flinging a concentrated cloud of ground wild pepper directly into the eyes of the lion. The potent chemical irritants cause immediate ocular blinding and respiratory distress, forcing the beast's predatory speed to drop dramatically. Seizing this critical fleeting window of survival, they direct their sprint toward a complex topographical matrix of high stone pillars and jagged rock faces. With suicidal bravery, one hunter intentionally breaks away, deliberately leading the recovering predator directly toward the perimeter where the deep pit trap was meticulously excavated. The charging beast executes a terrifying sequence of near-miss leaps, its razor claws slicing the skin mere inches from the hunter's spine. Yet, this extreme display of individual sacrifice is the exact evolutionary mechanic required to preserve the collective tribal bloodline. The primitive strategy achieves a spectacular victory as the blinded monster, unable to arrest its tremendous forward momentum, collapses entirely through the camouflage floor into the dark chasm. Impacted at the base of the deep, narrow stone chamber, its massive skeletal weight completely prevents it from climbing the vertical walls. The clan returns to their secure hub, initiating a massive, unprecedented feast of rich roasted meat to celebrate their survival. Following the adrenaline-fueled, exhausting pursuit comes the sweet, tangible reward of ultimate evolutionary supremacy. Intuitively understanding that in this brutal world, the price of absolute freedom is exceptionally harsh. They decide to release the two captured rabbits back into the wild. Massive slabs of primal ribs and thick thighs are carefully arranged. White-hot embers in the heart. They utilize heavy stone pestles to pound ancient aromatic tree barks and stems into a coarse, deeply flavorful spice mixture. They paint this rustic spice paste directly onto the searing meat, creating an intense caramelization under the intense heat. Controlled fire remains the absolute supreme weapon of the prehistoric human species, conquering darkness, predators, and raw flesh alike. The succulent, crispy skewers of perfectly roasted protein radiate an irresistible, fatty aroma into the night air. The excess meat is carefully treated with rising smoke and hung to dry under the fierce sun, securing their future against the changing seasons. The hunter systematically divides the hard-won bounty, ensuring an equal, life-sustaining portion is granted to every member of the clan. The ancestral journey of survival continues across the shifting continents to witness how our ancient ancestors conquered the primordial earth. Make sure to subscribe to our channel. Your engagement keeps these forgotten cinematic chronicles alive. Thank you for watching, and stay resilient until our next epic installment.
Yeah, Rach, push, keep going.
Suspended between earth and sky, their target is a colossal, ancient beehive, a natural fortress of wax and venom, guarding the forest's most energy-dense golden nectar. To scale this vertical terror is to embrace the ruthless economics of the wild, proving that the greatest life-sustaining rewards demand the absolute highest mortal risks. To elevate their primal feast, Lene navigates the deceptive forest floor, strictly discarding the vibrant redcaps that carry deadly toxins in favor of the safe, pale white fungi. Placed directly over the glowing embers, the pristine white flesh blisters and releases a rich, earthy aroma, transforming a simple survival ration into a deeply satisfying culinary triumph. Sanctuary. The storm outside rages, but the stone windbreak is dry and in the brutal ancient world, survival is inherently selfish. Yet, mercy is a rare, expensive currency. Today, the tribe paid it in full.
Urg. Gu. Grr.
You do not conquer the river, you endure its temper. The human chain does not break, because fear binds tighter than any vine. Black slate, a perfect thermal conductor, no fire needed. The merciless sun turns desperation into a golden, protein-rich feast. They take only what they need and seal the wound of the earth. The black basalt acts as a natural skillet, fern leaves, a non-stick barrier. The deep jungle waters do not forgive. Here, the shadows have teeth. Two apex predators navigate the same narrow hunting ground. The armored titan. orchestrated a lethal stalemate. Armor meets pure muscle. Jaws scrape against impenetrable scales. Neither can break the other's design. The python calculates the cost. A war with no flesh to consume. It uncoils. It slips back into the abyss. This is not cowardice. Walking away from an unwinnable war is the ultimate mastery of survival. Two kings live to reign another day. Beneath the damp forest floor lies a hidden spear of life, requiring the tribe to carefully unearth the tender bamboo shoot before it hardens into unyielding wood. Rather than exposing its delicate flesh directly to the destroying flames, the primal mind utilizes nature's own pressure cooker by sealing the harvest inside a fresh, hollow bamboo tube. Thrust into the roaring red embers, the green shell blisters and chars, while the trapped moisture inside boils, steaming the pristine core to absolute perfection. Splitting the scorched vessel releases a sweet, steaming bounty of the earth, a masterful display of ancient culinary engineering that transforms a raw root into a sustaining feast. From the shadows, the opportunistic hyena locks its cold gaze on a vulnerable prize, a wandering camel calf, momentarily separated from the impenetrable fortress of the herd's towering legs. The predator launches a ruthless pursuit, driving the exhausted calf to the very edge of the abyss, where a single misstep dictates the brutal law of survival. Yet, in the final fraction of a heartbeat, the mother camel intervenes with a bone-shattering headbutt, forcing the thwarted scavenger to surrender its feast and fade back into the wasteland. The earth here breathes, a fortress built of clay and saliva, baked by the sun, harder than stone. To breach it by force is the tactic of a fool. It wastes precious energy. Survival requires manipulation. Koda uses the forest's golden nectar, not as food, but as termites are blind. They perceive the world through scent and vibration. The sugary aroma triggers an The stalk is pulled out, revealing a massive cluster of fat, white termites. Patience yields the harvest, a cluster of subterranean life. Fat, white, pulsing. This is not mere insects. This is pure, dense protein, the very building block of survival, dragged from the abyss. But raw energy carries the risk of parasites. Fire is the ancient purifier. Over the glowing red embers, the moisture evaporates. The soft white bodies golden, crispy, a feast of earthy flavor and crackling fat, to outsmart nature and feast upon its hidden treasures. Heat transforms the raw white bodies. Fats bubble, proteins.
HRR.
Instead, they harness the pacifying power of thick smoke, a primitive chemical weapon that masks the insect's alarm pheromones and subdues the angry guardians. Reaching into the dark hive, hands coated in protective ash, carefully extract a dripping chunk of golden, energy-dense honeycomb. Yet, driven by the wisdom of the wild, they do not pillage the entire horde, deliberately leaving the vast majority of the sweet reserve untouched. To take only what is needed and surrender the rest to nature is not weakness. It is the ultimate survival pact that ensures the forest will provide for them again tomorrow. The Habub, a black wall that erases the horizon. Sinew and mud, the mortar of the ancients. Outside, the world ends. Inside, man makes fire. The narrow gorge, a dead end, where shadows hide the desperate. He storm washes the world clean, but hunger remains. The ocean is a realm of infinite chaos. It offers boundless life, but demands absolute respect. To hunt here is to gamble with the relentless tides. Brute force cannot outswim the swift silver shadows of the sea. Coda relies on a greater weapon, geometry and foresight. A barricade of stones, built while the ocean sleeps. Marine fish follow the path of least resistance. When the tide recedes, the V-shaped stone wall becomes a funnel of no return. They are not chasing prey. They are redesigning the battlefield. The trap closes. The sheer rock cliff becomes the anvil. Characters Tumas' tribe become the hammer. But flesh alone cannot sustain the human engine. The tribe harvests the green hair of the coast, seaweed. Under the punishing sun, the ocean water evaporates. What remains on the drying fronds is a rich coating of sodium and essential iodine, the ancient preserver, the very first salt. Fire reclaims the ocean's cold catch. The silver skin blisters, turning a rich golden brown. The sweet fat hisses against the red embers. Combined with the crunch of the salty sun-dried seaweed, the roasted flesh delivers a massive surge of dense nourishment. To read the tides and turn the ocean's trap into a feast, this is the triumph of the human mind. Fire is a ruthless destroyer, but wrapped tightly in layers of thick green banana leaves, the fresh catch is shielded from the incinerating flames. The tribe buries this botanical parcel beneath a suffocating bed of glowing embers and heavy dirt, engineering humanity's first subterranean oven. Unearthing and peeling back the scorched leaves reveals a steaming, golden treasure, a masterpiece of primitive culinary art, radiating an intoxicating, rich aroma that guarantees their survival for another day. The sun retreats, leaving behind a fragile illusion of safety. For today, the heavy debt of survival has been paid in blood, sweat, and fire. What brutal trials await them as the embers fade? Subscribe to the channel and walk with us through the ashes of time. Join the journey to witness the extraordinary, relentless evolution of mankind in the next chapter. Abandoning the swamps to move onto land, this armored crocodile, weighing over a ton, possessed long, high-clearance legs for rapid acceleration and a bite of immense pressure, with conical fangs that easily tore through any armor. Although an unrivaled biological tank in lightning-fast ambushes, its fatal flaw was its cold-blooded respiratory system, causing its stamina to deplete rapidly, rendering it completely helpless in long-distance chases. Fear is a primal gift. When the mind paralyzes, fear pumps adrenaline straight to the legs. Fleeing is not cowardice. In the unforgiving wild, the weak do not overpower the strong. They weaponize nature itself. A million The thick, golden honey caramelizes perfectly over the crisp, blistering edges. In a word, the night does not hide the monsters. It simply blinds the prey. Bearing a weight of 300 kilograms and a bear-like, heavily muscled forebody, Smilodon finished off its targets with a jaw-opening mechanism of up to 120 degrees, sinking its 20-centimeter-long fangs to sever the victim's neck blood vessels. Possessing the strength to wrestle down creatures 3 times its size, its razor-sharp surgical fangs were extremely brittle and prone to breaking if they struck bone, forcing it to use its sheer strength to pin the prey down before delivering the killing blow. Ash and sticky wax. A blinding mask forged in absolute panic. Survival is rarely elegant. It is messy.
It's here. Got it.
The Dune Seal does not forgive. Here, life is not freely given. It must be stolen from the burning sands. Geothermal heat, nature's primitive oven. Character coder leader knows that hot stones and burying sand will incubate the prize perfectly. But the scent of life always awakens the architects of death.
Arg. Roar. Roar.
Roar. Panic is a quick death. Adaptation is survival.
Snarl.
The tortoise shells are no longer debris. They are the
Keep going.
Snarl.
Almost there.
Roar.
weighing up to
400 kilograms with muscle mass surpassing any modern
Snarl.
big
The
cat.
American lion,
The American
dominated
lion
the plains
domin-
with terrifying speed and a fatal bite of thousands of psi, capable of shattering a bison's neck. However, its massive body and the need to consume tens of kilograms of meat daily became its fatal Achilles heel, turning this perfect predatory machine into the first victim of starvation as large prey gradually went extinct. 400 kilograms of pure muscle, a perfect apex predator, yet undone by its own mass. In the shifting quicksand, weight is the ultimate enemy. The avalanche claims the heavy, the swift survive. Pure, unadulterated protein, rich, molten golden fat. This is not Nature never truly rests. Vengeance tracks the scent of fear.
Rau. Rau. Grrr. Rau.
The vertical ascent is the ultimate test. One misplaced foot, and the abyss claims its toll.
Push! Faster! Move!
Tap, tap, tap. Nod.
Hold! Hold! Almost there. Pull.
You've got it.
It's coming loose.
Hiya. Yes.
Yes.
Ah, got it.
Keep holding.
What is that?
The apex predator of the skies, Argentavis, 7 meters of wingspan, diving at terminal velocity. With a massive 7-meter wingspan and weighing 70 kilograms, Argentavis was the lord of the skies, possessing talons powerful enough to crush a prey's spine in the blink of an eye.
Keep
Although
circling.
a perfect
This
gliding
updraft is
machine
strong.
with
I know.
unparalleled optical
Prepare
vision,
for the dive.
the fatal weakness of this giant lay on the ground, where its enormous body made it almost helpless and extremely sluggish at taking off without headwinds. Wind resistance takes control. The inflated leather parachute neutralizes the deadly momentum of Argentavis, offering a safe descent.
Almost there.
Careful with it.
Heavy.
Almost there.
Found something. Whew.
Sparks from volcanic flint. Fire turns a cold, damp cave into a warm sanctuary.
Good.
Nature's treasure, a 15-kilogram egg holding the vital energy of 200 ordinary eggs. Lord of the Sky, a 7-meter wingspan devouring the light. Fleeing is not cowardice. It is the instinct to survive. Human flesh is fragile against razor talons, but the mind is the ultimate weapon. "300 meters up, thin air. Gravity is an enemy that never sleeps."
Sharp distress squawk. Beak snapping shut.
creature nurtured by the hands of its enemies, will one day grant them the power to rule the sky itself.
Pracht. For you!
The sun does not warm this land, it scorches it. In this unforgiving wasteland, hunger is the ultimate dictator. The stomach groans, echoing the hollow emptiness of the canyon. To stop moving now is to surrender to the dust. The Smilodon, a marvel of evolution, possessing 8-inch canine teeth, designed specifically to slash the throats of megafauna. Ahead, a master of death is feasting. Our ancestor does not challenge the king. He waits. Waiting requires a discipline much stronger than hunger. Once the apex predator is satiated and vanishes, the scavenger makes his move. A discarded antelope leg, garbage to the beast, absolute salvation for the man. A solitary figure walks, entirely dwarfed by the immensity of the barren earth. Every step is a heavy, silent negotiation with death. But the wilderness is a brutal chessboard. and every move is watched. Above, on the sun-baked rock, a shadow detaches from the stone. The prehistoric cave lion, 20% larger than modern lions, an apex ambush predator with muscles forged for explosive power. Run! The air shifts. The primal instinct of prey kicks in.
Roar. Crack.
Lungs burn. The ground blurs beneath trembling feet.
Keep moving! They're right behind us! Fast!
The beast lunges, a terrifying symphony of claws, teeth, and wind. Whoop! The man scrambles up the ancient bark, defying gravity through sheer terror. The jaws snap shut, missing human flesh, but claiming the bloody prize. The lion vanishes into the deep timber, taking the stolen salvation with it. Trapped in the canopy, the man is safe from fangs, but not from starvation. Below him, a cluster of vibrant crimson berries offers a deadly temptation.
Wild fruit.
In nature, vibrant colors are often a warning, never an invitation. He eats, driven by the blinding fog of starvation. The punishment is swift and merciless. The botanical toxin immediately attacks the nervous system. His vision warps, the world spins into a nauseating blur. Pale, trembling, he's at the absolute precipice of human endurance. He purges, his body violently rejecting the poison, draining what little moisture he had left. Yet, the human spirit is a remarkably stubborn flame. He must flush the venom from his veins, or the desert will claim his bones. He fixes his eyes on the horizon, stepping directly into the blistering heat. A shimmering mirage slowly solidifies into reality. Water. He collapses at the riverbank, burying his face in the life-giving current. The cold water is a reset button, diluting the poison, awakening the senses. As the toxin clears, a new opportunity reveals itself beneath the ripples. Muscle cannot outswim the fish, but intellect can outsmart them. Hands that once grasped desperately now weave with calculated purpose. Pliant branches are woven into a deadly trap, a funnel of no return. He is no longer just a survivor. He becomes the architect of his environment. With a heavy branch, he orchestrates panic in the narrow stream. The fish flee from the perceived danger, swimming straight into the invisible one. The trap thrashes with silver bodies. Intellect has decisively defeated agility. Wood is gathered. The rhythmic, desperate friction of stone and wood begins. A spark, a wisp of smoke, a roaring flame. The crackle of the fire is the sound of mankind pushing back the darkness. The fish crackles over the embers, the fat rendering, sealing in the life-saving calories. He bites into the golden, crispy flesh. Warmth floods his core. It is not just sustenance, it is a physiological triumph. For a fleeting, quiet moment, this savage world feels incredibly peaceful. But a solitary survivor is an anomaly. Our species is bound by blood and tribe. He packs the remaining bounty and begins the long trek home. The warm, dancing glow of the tribal fire greets him through the gathering dusk. He drops the woven basket of fish before his kin. They sit shoulder to shoulder, a unified wall against the encroaching cold. As they tear into the warm meat together, they are no longer just surviving, they are living.
The wind is calming down. Yes, it has been a long day, but we made it through.
The earth has finally yielded to the hands of man. From wandering scavengers, they have become cultivators of life. But in the wild, an abundant harvest is a beacon for thieves. The long-eared rabbit, agile, silent, and relentlessly driven by its own starvation. It gnaws at the roots of human labor.
Ha!
To survive, one must violently protect their claim. The mind goes to work, engineering a lethal deception. A deep pit is carved into the soil, lined with unforgiving wooden stakes. Animal skins and woven nets meticulously conceal the fatal drop. A single radish sits above the abyss as the perfect bait. The thief approaches, blinded by greed. Tonight, the harvest is secure and a new prize is claimed. Listen to the hiss of melting fat, the ancient song of victory. The roots are peeled, The meat is fire-kissed.
Ready. It is ready. Perfect. Juicy.
The tribe gathers, bound by the warmth of the hearth and the triumph of intellect. Tender golden meat is divided equally among the kin. Stomachs are full, but in this era, the hunt never truly ends. The struggle for calories is an eternal cycle. Elsewhere, the savannah plays host to a heavier violence. Prehistoric lion viciously takes down an entelodont, the hell pig of the ancient world. The apex predator drags its colossal prize into the shadows of its den. From a fortress of thorns, the human watches, calculating the risk.
Urge.
He claims a massive chunk of flesh.
For you!
Enough protein to sustain his bloodline for days. But fresh blood broadcasts a terrifying scent. The terror bird, a towering apex avian with an axe-like beak, capable of shattering skulls with a single strike. The ground trembles beneath heavy clawed footsteps. It locks eyes on the stolen meat. Panic is a killer, Focus is survival. Branches snap. The monstrous beak obliterates wood and stone just inches behind his heels. A massive fissure tears across the earth ahead. He leaps, trusting his life to momentum. The alien giant, blinded by predatory rage, plummets into the dark abyss. Silence returns, broken only by his ragged breath.
Grrr. Cow. 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 E-e-ea. E-ea. Oh-oh. A-a-ea-ea.
The adrenaline fades,
Grrrel.
leaving behind a gnawing, acidic hunger. Desperation drives him to harvest wild mushrooms, clinging to damp bark. He eats them raw, a critical error. Nature's chemical defense mechanisms are invisible and ruthless. The toxins surge, the forest spins into a sickening vortex. His stomach violently revolts, expelling the poison in a harsh, agonizing purge. Dehydrating rapidly, he must find water or his organs will fail. Stumbling through the treacherous deep woods, a crystal current finally appears. He plunges into the cool stream, cleansing the venom from his system.
Need more. Oh God. Violent retching. Gasping. It's out.
Beneath the ripples, armored shadows dart across the pebbles. He splits a slender green bamboo pole, forging a sharp, three-pronged gig. He returns to his kin, offering the bounty of the river. Patience, precision, a sudden violent strike. The gig traps a struggling, armored leviathan of the stream. He lifts the dripping prize into the sunlight, ready for the fire.
I am whole again. Use your foot to extinguish the fire. No smoke trail. Completely. Good. Keep watch.
He returns to his kin, offering the bounty of the river.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Eat. Eat. Knack. Knack. Chomp.
Chomp.
Grog. Squeak. Whoosh.
Heavy stones shatter the roasted scarlet shells, revealing the sweet, dense meat within. They gorge themselves on the giant claws, stringing up the excess to dry for the barren days. A moment of profound sun-drenched tranquility washes over the resting tribe. But in the primordial canopy above, a silent, muscular coil is tightening. The prehistoric python, a shadow of cold-blooded death, looks down at the unfinished feast. What happens when the hunter becomes the hunted once more? Join our ancestors in the battle against the ancient serpent in the next chapter, and thank you for subscribing to the channel.
In the arid prehistoric wasteland, the sun is not merely light, it is a fire that incinerates all hope. Heat rises from the sand, suffocating any creature daring to challenge the boundaries of life. Yet there, a solitary figure marches on. The prehistoric man, small, isolated, yet carrying the fierce survival instinct of his species. Walking beside him is not one of his own, but a creature of stillness. A mature camel, stepping with heavy, yet incredibly steady strides. Its breath synchronizes with the heartbeat of the desert. It does not complain, does not surrender. It only plods forward. Suddenly, the camel halts. Its ears twitch, its nostrils flare, tasting the hot air. It tosses its head, emitting a deep, guttural warning from its throat. Tens of thousands of years of instinct tell the ancient man something is coming. Cold sweat breaks out amidst the searing heat. Bred by millennia of drought, the camel's humps store not water, but pure adipose tissue, a biological energy reserve that dictates who lives and... His rough hands tighten around the spear shaft, aiming the lethal point at the dune ahead.
Arrogance.
Silence. A chilling, absolute silence. A pack of wild wolves, gaunt, bloodthirsty, torn apart by ravaging hunger. Leading them is an alpha female, her eyes flashing with the red glint of desperation. Her belly hangs heavy. She is pregnant. Her hunger is not just for one life, but for an entire generation about to be born. Overcoming exhaustion, her maternal instinct turns her into a fearless killing machine. She growls, her eyes locked onto the leather pouch at the man's waist. Inside that pouch is dried meat, is hope, is life itself. The massive muscular frame of the camel swings into action. A lethal kick, the force of hundreds of pounds slamming directly into the pack. The predators are thrown back, their howls of pain echoing across the wasteland. The subordinate wolves retreat in panic, fleeing into the shadows of the dunes. Only the alpha female remains. She lies slumped on the sand, gasping. Her hind leg is severely broken. Her eyes cloud over. She is going into premature labor. The man's spear is raised high, pointed straight at the beast's throat. Setting aside his guard, he steps forward, not as a hunter, but as a savior. His rough hands scoop precious drops of water, pouring them over bloody fangs. He opens the leather pouch, tears off dried meat, places it in the mother wolf's snout, and tosses the rest to the pack hiding afar. The wolves stop growling, receiving the food in utter bewilderment. In the brutal theater of survival, a bond between early man and wild beast is forged not by dominance, but by a profound understanding of shared suffering. The peace lasts only a heartbeat. The horizon suddenly darkens. The wind begins to howl. The sand starts to roll like waves. A massive sandstorm, carrying hurricane winds and thunderstorms, is sweeping in. In the desert, the wrath of the heavens will bury anything without shelter. The flying sand lashes against their skin like thousands of Visibility is zero. Only intuition guides the way. Swift hands strike flint. A spark ignites. Safe. The sound of heavy panting echoes in the dark cave. The flickering firelight pushes back the darkness, warming bodies trembling from cold and exhaustion.
Here, girl.
The chill of the storm is blocked at the cave's entrance. The The mother wolf lies docilely by the fire. Her whimpering shifts to rapid breathing. The prehistoric man kneels, his large, clumsy but gentle hands catching each new life. One, two, three wolf pups are born. Blind, soaked little beings squeaking amidst the deadly wasteland. They eagerly nuzzle into their mother's chest, seeking the warm, first milk of life. He smiles, a primal happiness creeping into his wild heart. The next morning, the storm breaks. A brilliant sunrise illuminates the ruins of the night. The mother wolf licks her pups, her eyes looking up at the man, a gaze of absolute peace. It is time to return to the camp. Luggage is carefully tied to the camel's back. The mother wolf and pups are tucked neatly into leather baskets. The caravan plods on. Hunger comes knocking once again. The skin-scorching heat drains their final drops of sweat. But the desert always grants favors to those who observe. A plump desert bird flaps its wings hopelessly. The fire is lit once more. The smell of roasting meat fills the nose, awakening every sense. A meager meal, but enough to keep their biological machines running. Finally, the animal skin tents appear on the horizon. Cheers erupt. The ancient human family runs out to welcome their heroes home. They welcome the camel and the reluctant wolf guests with radiant joy. But the day is not over. To survive, they must work relentlessly. The tribe scatters, their sharp eyes scanning every inch of earth. They discover a network of tiny burrows. It is the territory of the ground rat. Baskets woven from sharp grass are pinned tightly over the burrow exits. Then they begin to stomp, whistle, creating deafening sounds. The sound travels through the earth, sending shockwaves into the rats' nervous systems. In utter panic, the rodents dart up to the surface, plunging straight into the waiting basket traps. Desert ground rats, surviving entirely on dry seeds, possess highly concentrated, protein-rich meat, a crucial evolutionary fuel for ancient human brain development. A rare feast of roasted meat is about to begin again. Today is truly blessed by the spirits. Luck follows luck. At the entrance of a mossy rock crevice, a strange object lies on the withered ground. A sharp quill, striped black and white. With just one look, the great prehistoric man knows exactly what creature hides within. A giant porcupine. He signals. Dry grass is gathered at the cave entrance. Fire blazes. Damp leaves are thrown in, creating thick, suffocating plumes of white smoke. Outside, the thorn net is already cast like a deadly spiderweb. Unable to bear the toxic smoke, the spike-armored monster blindly bolts out for air. Snap! The net drops, suspending the prey in mid-air. The porcupine meat sizzling on the red fire soothes their roaring stomachs, while its quills are stripped
crispy.
to make piercing
So
arrowheads.
Oh, you're enjoying that.
Armed with hollow, keratinous quills that detach on impact, the porcupine yields dark, iron-rich meat that instantly replenishes the lost blood and stamina of apex predators. Relying not only on hunting, our ancestors understood that the root of life begins with the earth. They overturn the barren soil, planting seeds with the utmost care. Scoop by scoop, water is poured. A lush green garden slowly forms amidst the wasteland. But nature is a dictatorial god, fond of playing with human hope. The sky tears open again with lightning. Torrential rain crashes down like a waterfall. The water sweeps away the barriers, drowning all the labor of passing days in red mud. They stand there, helplessly watching their vegetable garden vanish. Despair looms. But in the moment of ultimate loss, a tiny sprout stubbornly pushes through the earth. Just like humans themselves, devastation cannot break them. They decide to start over. Weeks later, the garden resurrects, blossoming and bearing long, glossy, succulent cucumbers. The cucumber, a miraculous oasis of vegetation, consists of 95% water and essential electrolytes, acting as nature's perfect antidote to severe dehydration. The fresh scent attracts hidden thieves, the wild rabbits. Squeezing through the thorn bushes, they ravenously chew the tender leaves.
Keep back! We must! Get out of here! We're not afraid! Keep back!
The prehistoric men do not waste energy chasing them. With brilliant ingenuity, they string snail shells together, hanging them in the wind. The eerie clacking of the wind chime echoes, permanently driving away the enemy's shadows, protecting their harvest with knowledge rather than blood.
Keep pushing. Almost there. Heave. Secure it.
A day closes by the warm fire, but what will survival look like tomorrow? What beasts lie in wait? Do not forget to hit subscribe to join us in the incredibly thrilling challenges to come. Nature never sleeps, and neither does the fight for survival. Hit subscribe now so you won't miss the most brutal next chapter in humanity's epic. Does the primal instinct still course through your veins? Subscribe to the channel, join our tribe, and together let us conquer the unforgiving prehistoric world.
Keep down. Hurry. To the rock.
Every frame is a survival lesson written in blood and sand. Hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell, because in the wild, ignorance is the shortest path to death.
None shall pass. Tumis, stay back. Hiss. We must pass.
The strap is loose. I see it. It is done. Now the pole. Here, take it. Be careful. Push it against the frame. Koda, the strap is loose. I see it. It is done. Now the pole. Here, take it. Be careful. Push it against the frame.
In the arid prehistoric wasteland, death always lurks beneath every layer of burning sand. Hunger is an invisible enemy, relentlessly eroding the body and devouring the will to survive. Yet the boundary between life and death often hides unexpected secrets. The prehistoric humans stumble upon an earthen fortress towering amidst the void. A giant termite mound, rising like a beacon of life in the barren land. To lay hands on this treasure, brute muscular strength is rendered meaningless. They begin searching for dry twigs to initiate this silent hunt. Using a sharp stone point, they carefully pierce small crevices through the steel-hard termite shell. Every movement must be gentle, forbidden from startling the dark kingdom below. The barren, dry branches are threaded deep into the dark labyrinth. And now, they hunker down, waiting in silence. Patience is the sharpest weapon bestowed upon humanity by nature. Deep underground, the instinct to protect the mound pushes the termites into a fated trap. The strong mandibles of the soldier guards clamp violently onto the alien wood. Gradually, each dry branch is hoisted up from the darkness of the deep burrows. The prehistoric humans skillfully gather them, preparing for a restorative feast. Just a small handful of spoils is enough to rekindle the flickering flame of life. Those minuscule sprouts of life are the key for humans to defeat the scythe of death. Few know that these tiny insects are the purest capsules of energy. In every crevice of the branch, dozens of tiny lives cling on desperately. They contain a massive protein content, far exceeding large blocks of animal meat. In this harsh kingdom, survival value cannot be judged by size. Abundantly providing zinc, iron, and countless essential amino acids for cell regeneration. A rare nutritional feast, a luxurious gift bestowed by the barren desert. The termites are chewed and crushed, bursting with a flavor of life. The primal richness spreads, soothing the stomach, screaming from emptiness. They have salvaged weak bodies, helping them escape the scythe of hunger through the long day. A warm current of energy runs along every exhausted muscle fiber. They carefully transfer the remaining termites into leather pouches as reserves for the road ahead. Energy fully recharged, their footsteps become steadier on the white sand. The air suddenly thickens with murderous intent. A colossal ancient ostrich looms out from the sandy mist. Brutal territorial instinct turns it into a crushing machine against any creature in its path. The beast's bloodshot eyes lock onto the small hunters. The monstrous bird charges relentlessly, unleashing destructive attacks. Every peck tears through space, striking the ground as violently as heaven splinters. Stepping back is not cowardice, it is the ultimate commitment. The massive musculature closes in, pushing human heart rates to death's door. Just a single misstep now is enough for bones to shatter beneath ruthless claws. On the boundary of survival, human intellect shines once more. A shabby, dry gourd filled with blind dust and black smoke is hurled into the air. This weapon cannot tear flesh, but it strips away vision, the most vital asset of a predator. The pitch-black cloud erupts, thrown directly into the blood-crazed face of the ostrich. The monstrous bird instantly loses its balance, shrieking continuously in utter panic. The beast's terrifying smile instantly devours. Capitalizing on this fatal flaw, the prehistoric humans retreat swiftly to escape. They do not flee blindly. Every footstep plots a route to lure the enemy. Luring that enraged mass of flesh gradually toward the preset net trap. The giant bird frantically chases the dim human shadows in a drunken haze of hatred. The prehistoric humans successfully lure the beast to step into the fated kill zone.
The roots are ready.
But in the natural world, no trap is absolutely perfect. The giant animal thrashes within the trap, howling and shaking an entire stretch of wasteland. After a full day and night of frantic struggling, the giant bird tears through the netting. It breaks free and runs straight into the dark, deep forest, carrying its terror. The prehistoric humans only watch from afar. They absolutely do not chase that meat grinder anymore. Silence returns. Restraining the hunting instinct is the way to preserve one's life.
Keep your head down,
in the
Lene.
cracked valley, countless
The ground is
giant,
slipping.
woolly mammoth
Push with your
skeletons
toes.
lie
Slow.
exposed and cold. On the arid journey back to the campsite, a majestic scene unfolds before their eyes. The remains of Ice Age kings now serve as proof of nature's impermanence. The prehistoric humans slowly climb down the abyss, their curious eyes exploring the bleached bones. But to survivalist minds, this is an invaluable architectural gift. To the faint of heart, this is a hauntingly deadly graveyard. A daring primitive idea instantly springs into the minds of the wanderers.
Hrk. Hrr. Keep searching
They decide to use these
Found it.
perfectly
Thick one
curved
here.
bone segments
Help pull
as
it
the
free.
structural frame for a hut.
Together now.
Without hesitation, they agree to make camp right upon this sacred land tinged with death. They exert strength to gather massive rib bones alongside countless tough vines from withered tree trunks.
Hunt. NG. Error. Herder N. Ugh.
Each massive rib bone is driven deep into the cracked mud ground. They are cross-woven, tightened with tough vines resembling sinews and tendons.
Tighter. Done. Tighter. Done. Tighter. Done. Tighter. Done.
A second rib cage is erected, sheltering the fragile lives of the humans. Layers of withered grass are heavily applied and arranged sturdily upon the elephant's skeletal frame.
Tighter. Done.
Dry grass overlays in tightly
Here.
braided patches, impenetrable like ancient dragon
Careful.
scales.
Almost there.
Higher, Lene. Holding it. Done. Good. We did it. Solid.
Push down hard, Lene. We finished this
The
side,
grass
Koda.
huts
Done.
gradually take clear shape,
Jump, leader.
standing
Good work.
proudly
Let's move
to
on.
defy the wrath of heaven and earth.
Koda, the strap is loose.
I see it.
It
is
becomes
done.
a sturdy
Now the pole.
fortress,
Here, take it.
a place to
Be careful,
shield
push it
from
against the
burning
frame.
sun,
The covering
drizzle,
is done.
and cruel sandstorms.
We need more grass. Gather the bundles.
Yes, leader.
Keeping them
Secure the ridge.
absolutely
Keep the
safe
sun
to
out.
drop their
Keep
guard
it
and
tight.
sleep through the night.
Give me the grass.
Inside the bone dome, warmth soothes
Keep it
all
tight,
the gnawing
Line.
physical pains.
Almost there. Press down
A
hard.
rare,
Secure it.
peaceful sleep is the sweet reward after
Push down
moments
here.
spent near the scythe of death.
Step careful. Tied well. Push harder. Tie it fast.
Almost done.
Watch your step, Koda. The roof is done.
Now for the entrance.
The offering. Go ahead, Koda. For the spirits. Be safe.
Careful.
Almost done. It is secure.
Good. Let's rest.
Keep climbing. Yes. Done. Good. Now come down.
As dawn awakens, new vitality begins to be nurtured right next to the prehistoric campsite. The survivors carefully plant pumpkin seeds into the moist, porous soil. Sowing seeds is not
Vast
just
and quiet,
seeking
the
food,
African steppe
but
endures.
planting the seeds for sustainable survival hope. The recently escaped ostrich has not given up its intention to destroy the prehistoric humans' crops. But in the wild world, abundance is always a magnet attracting greed and hatred. The newly sprouted green catches the eye of a resentful old enemy. This time, it returns 1,000 times more frantic and ferocious. It wants to trample all the effort and the final hope of its tiny adversaries. But mercy has run out. This time, the prehistoric humans absolutely will not spare it either. In the game of life and death, any leniency shown to an enemy is paid for with blood. A sophisticated snare trap is set, utilizing the violent tension of a bent tree trunk. The prehistoric humans use brilliantly bright red berries to attract the bird into the trap. The smug predator steps into the epicenter of destruction without anticipating death. The threat eliminated, after a highly nutritious meal, the prehistoric humans continue their survival journey. The massive block of meat hangs suspended, struggling hopelessly. It is officially
Quiet.
forever. The trigger snaps. A single strike hoists the bird into the air. Under patient care, the pumpkins rapidly grow as if blown by the wind. Lush vines crawl across the ground, draping a vibrant green patch of life over the barrenness.
Olga.
The recently escaped ostrich has not given up its intention to destroy the prehistoric humans' crops.
Huh. 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 Cha.
Few truly understand the nutritional power hidden within a primitive pumpkin. The radiantly golden flesh is a massive engine providing vitamin A and beta-carotene, helping the hunter's eyes pierce the night and healing damages at the cellular level. Pumpkin seeds offer abundant zinc, maintaining the strong beating of the heart amidst the freezing wasteland. Predator's blood calls again. They exert effort to dig an abyssal death pit in the loamy ground. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow growls and lunges from the silent night, attacking the prehistoric humans head-on. To trap oversized beasts, a sturdily woven net is indispensable to completely lock down the prey. An ancient wild boar, it is highly aggressive, with thick skin and as massive as an armored vehicle.
T-test. Huh. Divide!
Its long, curved tusks
Now.
can pierce through any weak defense.
Form the trap.
Realizing the physical disparity, the prehistoric humans understand they cannot face it head-on without high-damage weapons. They quick-wittedly set fire to dry branches to fend off the bloodthirsty beast. They swing torches to form a wall of fire, using the terrifying heat to suppress them. Fire is always the primal obsession pinned deep into the subconscious
Hua.
of all wild species.
Twa. Cree.
Upon facing the blazing fire, the wild boar loses its reason and frantically grabs hold. Skillfully controlling the flames, the prehistoric humans hurled the boar straight toward the pit of spikes.
Close tightly on both flanks of the prey. Cluster together. The camouflaged ground collapses. The armored beast is swiftly and ruthlessly ensnared. The deep abyss and sturdily woven net lock tightly, completely embracing the oversized warrior. Lay them here. Un.
Heave.
Push closer. Good.
Wah.
night falls, the radiant rosy fire dispels the bone-chilling cold of the cruel wasteland. Drops of hot fat drip onto the glowing embers, emitting sizzling sounds that intensely provoke the hearing. A rich, intoxicating aroma of roasted meat fills the space, soothing the exhaustion of a long day of life and death. The rough outer skin is roasted by the flames to a golden brown, blistering and crispy like an amber shell. A razor-sharp stone knife glides through, cutting deep into the surface of the roast meat, revealing
Use the ash to tell if they are done.
Muscle fibers.
Yes, like this.
Cook them lightly over the
Sparkling meat
flames.
juices ooze out under the firelight, intertwining with the salty flavor of sweat and wild herbs. Every tearing bite of the roasted meat is an explosion of original flavor, awakening all enjoyment instincts of mankind. A searing current of energy flows through every vein, fully replenishing the calories burned in the brutal fire. This grand barbecue feast is not just filling food, but a glorious act honoring the magnificent survivors.
This meat is hot.
The battle for survival in the wild never truly ends, for the era's darkness always conceals perils. Can our prehistoric warriors protect the flame of survival through the disastrous trials to come? Hit the channel subscribe button today to be among the first to witness the rise of humanity against nature. Do not miss the upcoming episodes, where blood, sweat, and intellect will determine the true ruler of the ancient world.
The barren desert stretches endlessly, a cruel wasteland ruled by scorching winds and absolute desolation. In this primordial arena, survival is a daily war waged against the agonizing rhythm of starvation. Driven by burning thirst, the prehistoric man scales a withered tree to scan the horizon for prey. From the canopy, his primal instincts lock onto a subtle movement in the dense thorny thicket. A honey badger enters his vision, nature's most relentless warrior, fearless and fiercely aggressive. Descending silently, he unravels a primitive fiber rope to fashion a hidden ground snare. Retreating into the shadows, he violently flushes the target from its fortress of thorns. The startled badger bolts blindly along the path, its heavy paws stepping directly into the loop. The snare snaps shut, binding the beast before a heavy stone tool delivers a merciful end. Sparks from striking flint ignite the dry tinder, piercing the oppressive silence of the desert. The raw flesh meets the roaring flames, the fat sizzling as it melts into the glowing coals. Packed with dense lipids and high-density protein, honey badger meat provides an explosive surge of crucial metabolic energy. He devours the savory roasted meat, feeling the life-giving warmth rejuvenate his exhausted muscles. Yet, a true hunter never eats alone. His survival is bound to the survival of his clan. He gathers massive leaves, carefully wrapping the leftover food to shield it from the harsh elements. Binding the bundle with vines, he slung the heavy package onto his broad shoulders to begin the trek home. On the perilous trail, a colossal silhouette abruptly halts the hunter in his tracks. This flightless marvel of ancient evolution possesses muscular legs capable of delivering bone-shattering kicks. Before him stands a giant moa, an imposing avian titan, guarding a massive dirt nest.
He slips behind a large boulder, holding his breath to observe the creature without detection.
The giant bird is stationary, fiercely incubating a single monumental egg.
slips behind a large boulder, holding his breath to observe the creature without detection. Fortune favors the desperate. The bird suddenly abandons the nest to forage in the valley. Exploding from his sanctuary, the hunter sprints with every ounce of stamina left in his lungs. He leaps directly into the nest, his hands gripping the smooth, colossal egg. Before retreating, his eyes dart frantically, scanning the perimeter for the monster's return. Clutching the egg to his chest, he flees toward the tribe, surrounded by lurking dangers.
Oh.
He believes he has outrun death, but the wild never lets a thief escape unpunished. An uninvited guest joins the pursuit, driven by the absolute law of hunger. A dominant lion caught the rich scent of roasted meat radiating from the hunter's back. With chilling stealth, it tracked his every footstep, a silent phantom of the savannah. Suddenly, the illusion of safety shatters as the human turns to face the apex predator. He runs for his life, launching into a frantic sprint against the grim reaper. The heavy egg destroys his balance, forcing a split-second decision of absolute resolve. He digs his heels into the dirt, abruptly halting his momentum to confront the charging beast. With primal fury, he hurls the massive egg directly into the lion's face. The shell shatters explosively, blinding the predator and breaking its lethal speed. Distracted by the abundant protein, the lion pauses to devour the rich fluid. This calculated sacrifice buys the hunter precious seconds to execute his escape. Realizing its prey is escaping, the enraged beast quickly resumes the deadly pursuit. But it is too late. The hunter has already scaled the trunk of an ancient, towering tree. He secures his position in the high branches, safely out of reach of the claws below. The frustrated lion lets out a deafening roar, refusing to abandon the hunt. It lies down patiently at the base of the trunk, initiating a siege of attrition. Trapped in a vertical prison, the hunter realizes he must weaponize his environment. Suspended beneath a nearby branch hangs a massive, aggressive earth wasp nest. He snaps a thick, dry branch, aligning his strike with cold precision. A powerful blow detaches the nest, sending it plummeting straight toward the waiting lion. The hive explodes upon the beast's back, splashing its fur with sticky, fragrant honey. Thousands of furious wasps erupt into a dark cloud of venomous vengeance. Stung repeatedly in the eyes and nose, the proud king is reduced to a panicked animal. It bolts from the tree, sprinting blindly to escape the unrelenting aerial assault. The beast leaps headfirst into a rushing river, submerging to soothe the agonizing pain. The threat neutralized, the hunter relaxes his muscles and inspects his precious cargo. He slides down the ancient trunk cautiously, his eyes scanning the undergrowth for danger. Ensuring the perimeter is clear, he resumes his journey back to the tribal camp. He presents the hard-won roasted meat to the vulnerable members of his clan.
We have brought the food. It is abundant. Together we will feast. Joy! Food! It is here.
Gathered around the fire, they share a rare, peaceful meal that secures another night of life. The next dawn brings a historic evolution from foraging to mastering the earth. Using primitive tools, they dig and turn the dry soil near their temporary shelters. The tribe prepares selected corn seeds, taking the first step toward controlling their destiny. They deposit the golden seeds deep into the earth, pressing the soil to protect them. To combat the arid climate, they construct an ingenious aqueduct from hollowed giant bamboo. The pipeline channels a steady stream of water from the river directly to their crops. With uninterrupted irrigation, the green shoots rapidly transform the barren landscape. The hunter marvels as the sprouts grow taller each day, forming a rustling green field. They meticulously maintain the garden, clearing weeds and hilling earth over exposed roots. To fend off hungry birds and rodents, they engineer acoustic alarms. Bamboo clappers and seashells clatter violently in the wind, protecting the precious yield. Finally, the green husks dry to reveal plump kernels, the dawn of human intellect. The cobs one by one, piling the wealth before storing it in subterranean pits.
Keep filling the pit. Careful, don't spill any. It's almost full.
But flora alone cannot sustain them. The human body demands the rich lipids of the river. They march to the water, deploying woven mesh traps to intercept migrating schools.
Keep the smoke thick. The fish will cure better that way.
The freshly caught fish are laid over glowing embers, their skins sizzling under intense heat. This harvest of the stream provides the vital proteins necessary for survival. Rich in omega-3 fatty acids and digestible proteins, river fish rapidly repair torn muscle tissue. They crush corn kernels and blend them with wild honey, forging a thick caramelized glaze. Brushing the sweet sauce over the roasting meat elevates the dish into a prehistoric masterpiece. The savory fish and sweet corn grant them the calories to endure the harsh reality.
So good. Best fish yet. Juicy fat. Hear that crunch.
But the ancient world is volatile, and nature never grants a permanent truce. Before the feast concludes, the sky turns an apocalyptic black, unleashing unbridled fury. Flash flood erupts, a wall of muddy water erasing their entire agricultural triumph. The heartbreak is profound, but emotional paralysis in the wild equates to instant death. They frantically stuff remnants of corn and smoked meat into leather pouches. With the deluge chasing their heels, they sprint toward the looming vertical cliffs. Hesitation is fatal. Failing to climb means being swept into a watery grave.
Up! Now!
They scale the sheer, slippery rock faces, defying gravity and the blinding storm. One misplaced handhold could plunge them back into the churning abyss below.
Quicker! Move! Move! Hurry! Hurry! Faster! The water is rising!
The race against the rising tide demands every ounce of their primal willpower.
Hold on! I got you! Pull! Hold tight!
Almost there!
You're safe now!
Through the driving rain, a glimmer of hope materializes, a dark void in the stone. The exhausted tribe surges through the threshold, seeking refuge from the violent exterior. But the relentless flood breaches the entrance, flooding the lower subterranean chambers.
Hold fast!
Trapped in the dark, they anchor primitive ropes to hoist themselves into the higher galleries.
Keep it tight, Line. Secure the knot.
Oh no! Help me!
Safe on the high ledges, they discover a mesmerizing field of bioluminescent flora. Recognizing the glowing caps, they harvest the fungi to replenish their depleted energy. Nature provides a second miracle. Isolated subterranean pools contain trapped, fresh river
Many
fish.
fish. Good catch.
Working swiftly in the dim light, they clean and prepare the unexpected bounty. They wrap the food in thick leaves, steaming it over a hidden, smoky fire. Deep within the earth, sheltered from the apocalypse, the clan shares a magnificent feast. The dense nutrients repair their battered bodies and reignite their unbreakable spirit. They survive the storm, proving that the fire of humanity will never be extinguished. The brutal war for survival is far from over. Join us in the next thrilling episode to witness how our ancestors evolved to conquer the wild.
Heavy! Higher!
Thank you for watching, supporting, and subscribing to the channel to keep the fire of this epic journey alive. We wish you a joyful day, and may you always carry the resilient spirit of our great predecessors.
Water gives life, but it is also nature's great eraser. When the fury descends, the earth is no longer a place for man. Bamboo, hollow, yet unyielding, the trapped air within its chambers is the only lifeline they can gamble on. To stay is certain death. To entrust their lives to the furious river is a gamble with the gods. The direwolf, the perfect bone-crushing machine of the Ice Age, heavier than the modern grey, wielding a skull structure and bite force, capable of piercing a prey's cranium. Amidst the rapid currents, they lose their pack tactics, but their bloodlust never sinks. Sound of wolf claws scraping bamboo. On a cramped raft, there is no room for retreat. Victory belongs to whoever controls the center of gravity. Hunger drives the direwolf, but in the great flood, predator and prey share the exact same desperation. Do not meet strength with strength, a precise lever of the pole, using the beast's own momentum to turn it into a suicidal projectile. The giant megatherium, 40 centimeters of razor-sharp keratin, not for hunting, but to hook onto cliffs. Silence, claws piercing wood, or to tear flesh to the bone. Silence, the ultimate weapon of the hunted. In this moment, a skipped heartbeat can be a death sentence. Fire, the only magic our ancestors knew. It steals the cold and pushes back the ruthless dark. Prehistoric water chestnuts, encased in heavy armor, hiding soft, pure white energy. That is the taste of survival. Silence, hissing steam. For a brief, fleeting moment, the roar of the river is reduced to a lullaby outside a warm wooden wall. But nature never sleeps, and it absolutely does not forgive complacency. The water continues to rise. The safest shelter suddenly becomes the darkest tomb. The river is claiming its due. The giant ground sloth, a living fortress standing 4 meters tall. Its curved 40-centimeter claws, born to hook ancient branches, now become scythes of death. Silence, claws violently tearing through bamboo. Do not let their stillness deceive you. Beneath that armor-like fur lies muscle, dense enough to swat away any life. Popping out of water in massive gasping. The first breath. Freezing, agonizing, but free. fury strong enough to uproot a 1,000-year titan, the very thing meant to destroy them, ultimately becomes their vessel of salvation. Nature does not forgive a trembling hand. To reach the fruit is to earn another day of breath.
There. Tap.
Oh my God! Get ready!
Keep back! It's coming! Run! Faster! There it is.
Koda!
Go, go.
Ha! Ha! Gri! Ung!
Nó đến kìa.
Watch the others.
Yes.
Focus.
Keep it tight, brother. I am pulling hard. Yes, this holds.
Good.
Good. Let's move to the next.
Taste it. We did it.
Wet leaves, a paradox of fire. Koda knows that heat is useless here. He needs smoke, dense, blinding smoke, to paralyze the primal instincts of the megapiece titan. Boiling sugar on scorching stone. The amber honey caramelizes, locking the pure survival energy within a glossy, crispy crust, a temporary feast in an unforgiving world. But nature is a brutal scale. A victory on one side triggers a nightmare on the other. Arctodus simus, 1 ton of apex muscle, drawn from the shadows by the sweet scent of liquid gold. Sanctuary. Here, fire is not just a weapon, it is alchemy. It adheres to the flesh, a lesson the predator will never unlearn. Into the abyss of the earth to find the sky, a cenote, an oasis forged by 1,000,000 years of solitude. ancient pine oil, the liquid fire of the forest. It reacts furiously with the hot quartz, searing the protein, sealing the moisture inside the dragon scale crust.
Sharp nasal huff, deeper nasal huff.
This is not just a meal. It is a declaration against the predators, against the cold, against the odds.
Ah.
They did not just survive the wild, they mastered it. and scorched desert, our ancestors began a journey to conquer nature. The scorching sun seemed to drain the life out of every living creature on the ground.
Push!
But miraculously, they discovered a precious underground water source beneath the dust. This water was the only ray of hope to sustain life in such harsh conditions. The prehistoric people quickly set to work digging the first wells to tap into this lifeblood. Layers of earth and rock were pried open with bare hands and crude stone tools. Once the wells were finished, irrigating the dry land was no longer an impossible dream.
Yeah.
They gathered dry branches and weeds into large piles across the field. Fires were lit to burn the vegetation, creating a layer of mineral-rich ash. This grey ash was spread evenly over the ground as a miraculous natural fertilizer. Crude stone hoes were used to break the hard sand and mix it thoroughly with the ash. They meticulously shaped the earth into neat,
Gar. Herka. Herka.
Organizing the rows helped make future care and management much easier. Before planting, the ancestors had to treat the soil that had been depleted by sun and wind. Initially, watering was done manually using crude water-carrying vessels. Realizing the hardship of carrying water, they came up with a clever design. Small water trenches were dug, connecting the well directly to each plant. Now the cool water could flow through the ditches to reach deep into the ground. Simultaneously, they began to meticulously select the best melon seeds. Only the plumpest and sturdiest seeds were chosen to ensure strong. To stimulate faster growth, they soaked the seeds in water throughout a long night. By the next morning, tiny green sprouts began to stir, marking a new cycle of life. Seeing the seeds sprout, faith in a bountiful harvest began to kindle in their hearts. Each small seedling was placed into the earth with great care and tenderness. Soon, lush green leaves covered the land that was once only white sand. After sowing, they covered them with a thin layer of soil to protect the sprouts from the sun. Tiny aphids and harmful bugs began to cling to the young leaves, sucking the sap. By observing nature, the prehistoric people realized ladybugs were the natural enemies of aphids. They skillfully caught the ladybugs and kept them safely in bamboo tubes with air holes. Then, they released the ladybugs onto the leaves to freely hunt and destroy the aphids. This was their crude yet extremely effective method of biological pest control. The watermelon roots eagerly absorbed every precious drop to grow strong. Day by day, the watermelon plants grew sturdier under the devoted care of humans. The water trenches remained full, nourishing a vibrant green amidst the barren desert. The prehistoric people tirelessly monitored every small change, from dawn to dusk. Finally, the most anticipated moment appeared, peeking through the green foliage. The first watermelon flowers began to bloom, bringing bright yellow petals under the morning sun. Those vibrant flowers were a testament to the persistence and wisdom of ancient humans. These blossoms were not just beautiful, they were a promise of sweet fruits to come. Overwhelming happiness was visible on the farmers' faces as they saw life blooming. Under the careful care of character lean mother, emerald green melons take shape on a rustic wooden trellis. The weight of the young melons pulls the trellis down, signaling a promising harvest. A terrifying shadow glides past, signaling a threat from the sky. Birds appear, ready to destroy the tribe's hard-earned harvest. Koda immediately signals an alarm, mobilizing everyone to prepare weapons. Lean uses red clay and black charcoal to paint giant demon eyes on animal skins. These effigies are hung high, fluttering violently in the wind to scare away the fierce birds. The clever strategy succeeds. The birds flee in terror, much to everyone's relief. As time passes, the rind of Dua Hausamak, Sama, becomes taut and reveals dark green stripes. Lean checks for ripeness by flicking a fingernail against the hard rind. Her proud gaze toward Koda signals that the harvest time has come.
Harvest. Sipleveni.
Tribe transport the melons back to camp in baskets made of gnarly roots. He raises the giant melon high before the sun as a symbol of victory over nature. A massive mound of melons is built in the camp center, glowing under the summer sun. Lena splits a melon open, revealing the vibrant orange flesh filled with water. Shiny black seeds are separated and spread on stones to dry under the morning sun. These seeds are poured into bamboo tubes and sealed with golden yellow beeswax. Kodahadi's this seed treasure deep within a secret rock crevice. The remaining white rind is chopped and boiled in a pot of bubbling grey ash water. Once translucent, Koda kneads the rind with creamy white animal fat. This mixture is stuffed tightly into dried animal stomach pouches for storage. To preserve melons, the tribe digs a deep cellar beneath the cool base of a rock wall. Layers of sand and ash are poured to create a perfect insulating environment. Each melon is neatly arranged in the cellar and buried under the dry grey ash. A massive stone slab is pushed into place to seal the cellar completely. Under an indigo night sky, Lena slices a melon for the celebration. Koda bites deep into a slice, quenching his desert thirst. The fire erupts powerfully, illuminating the silent nocturnal space.
Oh, wow.
Characters: Tumus tribe, hold hands in a circle, dancing rhythmically around the flames. Stomping feet and wood-striking wood create a heroic survival symphony. Red embers soar high, blending with the sparkling stars in the night sky. When the fire dies, everyone retreats to tents, sleeping soundly beside the food walls. The next dawn brings brilliant yellow sunlight, waking the tribe after a peaceful night. Kode touches the secret seed tube, respecting the ancestor's legacy. Laughter echoed through the valley as heavy baskets of melons were brought home. The prehistoric people had just finished their biggest harvest of the year. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, hiding the sun behind thick clouds. A deafening roar from upstream signaled the arrival of a historic flood. Water rose meters high in an instant, turning the land into a red torrent. The force of the water was so strong, it uprooted ancient trees and boulders. They scrambled up the high mountains with bare feet on jagged rocks. The flood forced the people to leave everything behind to save their lives. Looking down, they saw their entire world submerged in a vast sea of water. Heavy rains made the cliffs unstable, threatening landslides at any moment. Rocks began to tumble down like giants trying to crush everything. They found shelter in a deep cave, but the rising water followed them. Water began to pour through the narrow cracks in the cave walls. The cold and dampness threatened to extinguish their hope of survival. They mixed the mud with clay to create a thick, waterproof sealant. Quickly, they gathered mud and clay from the corners of the cave. Their hands were covered in mud, but their hearts were full of determination.
Mud! Too much mud! Get
For
inside.
days and nights, they guarded and reinforced their muddy barriers. Eventually, the fury of nature began to subside. The floodwaters receded, leaving a thick layer of slime everywhere. From the heights, they spotted a large raft drifting near the cliffs. They jumped onto the raft, ready to return to their homeland. Navigating the murky waters was difficult, but they didn't give up. The raft surged forward through the thick and heavy mud. When they reached the village, a scene of devastation met their eyes. The once vibrant watermelon fields were buried under heaps of silt. Seeing their hard work destroyed was a bitter and painful sight. However, they knew that mourning wouldn't fill their empty bellies. With resilient spirits, they decided to start all over again. They picked up their primitive stone hoes and began to plow the silt. The flood had brought rich nutrients to the soil for a new beginning. They carefully sowed the remaining watermelon seeds into the earth. Every day, they tended to the sprouts with hope and care. Thanks to the fertile soil, the plants grew faster than ever before. Besides aphids, slow snails also found their way to feed on the hard-earned plants. Instead of violent destruction, they patiently picked each snail clinging to the leaves. These snails were carried far away and released back into the vast natural environment. This act showed an incredible sense of respect and harmony with the ecosystem. Tiny green melons soon appeared, swelling under the summer sun. Life slowly returned to the tribe as the harvest approached once more. The community grew stronger through the shared struggle and hard work. Large, sweet watermelons were piled high in the center of the village. Feasts by the firelight continued as they celebrated their survival.
at this! It's perfect!
The emerald light. It fills the sky. The sky is alive with magic.
amidst the vast wilderness, prehistoric life was a series of survival days full of challenges and creativity. As dawn breaks, the primitive man is already by the tranquil stream to begin his underwater hunt. Without modern fishing rods or lines, their only tools are cords woven from sturdy tree bark. To lure hungry fish, they came up with an incredibly unique bait. Plump earthworms are skillfully hooked along with a few colorful bird feathers. Underwater, the cluster of feathers sways gracefully, looking exactly like a small struggling insect. A sudden splash breaks the quiet atmosphere. Quick as lightning, the hunter sharply pulls the woven cord. A large fish, splashing and struggling, is successfully pulled ashore.
Push! Lift! Heave!
The first meal of the day is secured, but the journey to find food does not stop there. Leaving the stream behind, the prehistoric people's footsteps delve deep into the dense, damp forest. Their keen eyes quickly spot a giant ant nest clinging to an ancient branch. To access the treasure inside, they do not use brute force but apply a very clever trick. A bunch of fresh leaves and dry branches are gathered and set on fire to create thick plumes of smoke. They skillfully blow the pungent smoke straight into the tiny holes on the surface of the ant nest. Suffocating from the smoke, the panicked ants abandon their nest and swarm out to escape. Only when the last defenders have left does the hunter carefully peel away the outer layer of the nest. A beautiful sight appears before their eyes. Tens of thousands of ant eggs, neatly stacked in layers. Rough hands gently gather the precious spoils and place them onto large leaves. Carrying the full bundle of ant eggs, they cross the forest to find a crystal clear river nearby. Here the ant eggs are submerged in the cool water to wash away any remnants and dirt. Under the sunlight, the clean ant eggs reveal their pure white and plump appearance. When savored in the mouth, they provide an incredibly appealing crunchy and creamy sensation. Though tiny, ant eggs provide a massive amount of high-quality protein, abundant lipids, and many essential amino acids, helping prehistoric humans maintain muscle strength and enduring energy. These foods from nature not only nourish the body, but also testify to humanity's extraordinary adaptability. From using bird feathers as fishing bait, to using smoke to fumigate ant nests, everything is the crystallization of intellect. And so, day by day, our ancestors held their ground and thrived strongly in the heart of Mother Nature. Prehistoric life, though rustic, conceals incredible survival skills etched deeply into the span of history.
Whew.
In the middle of the dense forest, prehistoric humans always knew how to make use of natural toxins for hunting. They picked a special type of forest leaf containing a substance that stupefies fish, then placed it on a stone slab to pound it into a smooth paste. The crushed leaves were then mixed with soft mud to create a thick paste, preventing the toxin from being washed away too quickly by the water current. The hunter approached the riverbank and forcefully threw these unique mudbaits into the slow-moving stream. The sap from the leaves slowly dissolved into the water, forming an invisible yet incredibly effective trap. Just a moment later, the natural toxin began to take effect, leaving the fish in the river dazed and disoriented. The intoxicated fish began to turn belly up, weakly drifting into the shallow waters near the shore. The waiting group of prehistoric humans immediately rushed down, coordinating rhythmically to corral the fish. They used nets woven from tough tree bark fibers to completely encircle the sluggish school of fish. Cheers echoed across a stretch of the river as the heavy net full of fish was dragged onto the clearing. The sorting and processing of the fish were carried out quickly by skilled hands. For the small fish, they lightly marinated them with rock salt and some wild peppercorns. The small fish were then carefully wrapped in layers of lush green wild banana leaves to fully retain their sweet juices inside. Fish meat is a golden food source, providing easily digestible protein, abundant omega-3 fatty acids good for the brain, along with essential vitamins and minerals that keep the prehistoric body agile and healthy. The larger fish were skillfully filleted, deboned, and cut into thick slices. The large fish chunks were also richly seasoned before being placed on bamboo grilling racks. A large fire was kindled, radiating warmth to dispel the cold and mist of the deep forest. The best portion of the fish was set aside to be eaten right away, while the rest would be hung on a drying rack under the sun and wind. This method allowed them to have a fulfilling meal immediately, while also storing a precious food source for times of scarcity. Under the heat of the fire, the fish pieces gradually turned golden brown, releasing plumes of fragrant smoke. The rich, fatty aroma wafted intensely, instantly stimulating everyone's growling stomachs. The prehistoric humans gathered in a circle around the flickering fire, their eyes filled with joyful delight. Everyone began to enjoy the fruits of their labor, as each sweet, flavorful piece of fish melted in their mouths.
Once their stomachs were full and the fire gradually died down, they started preparing for the next crucial task. This potassium and mineral-rich wood ash would be kept as a natural fertilizer, preparing for the upcoming planting season. The cycle of survival closed and opened again, proving the harmonious connection and timeless wisdom of humans with nature. The sky suddenly turns pitch black, signaling a torrential downpour about to unleash upon the wild forest. Freezing gusts of wind howl, forcing prehistoric humans to prepare themselves to face the fury of nature.
Together! Grab the beams! Push back against the wind!
They urgently use large logs and heavy stones for shelter, trying to prevent the rushing waters from washing away their hard-earned rewards. The usually fragile layers of leaves are no longer strong enough to withstand the destructive power of the storm. At this moment, only the deepest caves can shield them from starvation, cold, and lurking dangers. Stepping inside the cave, the solid rock walls become a safe fortress protecting the survival of the entire tribe. As the storm passes and the skies clear, the instinct for survival urges them to continue their hunting journey. The rising water levels after the rain bring them a brilliant opportunity to conquer the river, using their intellect. To fish more effectively, they decide to venture into the forest, chop down straight bamboo stalks, and bring them back to make tools. With skill and patience, they split the large bamboo tubes into small, thin, and uniform splints. Each bamboo splint is meticulously rubbed and smoothed down to leave no sharp splinters that could cause injury during handling. Nimble hands swiftly weave the bamboo splints together, forming incredibly sturdy diamond-shaped meshes. Before long, the individual bamboo strips are fully woven into sophisticated fish traps. The basket is designed with a special funnel shape, allowing fish to enter easily but completely blocking their way out. The tool is complete, but to trick the clever schools of fish, they need one more trick up their sleeve. Preparing an alluring bait is the absolute key determining the success or failure of today's hunt. The earthworms are crushed and blended with the mashed roots to form a perfect fish bait mixture. The pungent, fishy odor of the worms combined with the aroma of the roots is bound to awaken the ravenous instincts of the fish. The calm water seeps through each bamboo gap, carrying the scent of the bait to every corner beneath the surface. The group of hunters quietly hides behind the riverside boulders, patiently holding their breath as they wait for the fish to swim into the trap. Intensely attracted, they slowly approach the unfamiliar trap without the slightest suspicion of danger. Overwhelmed by the temptation of food, the fish casually squeeze through the funnel mouth and swim deep into the very end of the basket. Through the water, the hunter's keen eyes immediately spot the thrashing tails, signaling that the fish are trapped. As the sun gradually sets in the west, everyone excitedly lights a roaring red fire right next to the windy riverbank. Beside the warm fire, starchy wild sweet potatoes are buried deep under the scorching hot ash to roast. A few fresh wild mushrooms gathered after the rain are also brought out to grill along, adding to the rich food source for the meal. The group of prehistoric humans huddles close together around the fire, enjoying a rare, peaceful, and cozy atmosphere. Setting to work on preparation, the large fish are skillfully sliced into thin pieces by the hunters using stone knives.
A delightful sizzling sound erupts instantly as the fish fat touches the stone surface, sending up a captivating plume of misty smoke. When savored, these whole-grilled small fish offer a delightfully crispy, crunchy sensation in the mouth. Under the heat of the charcoal, the fish skin gradually curls up, turning golden brown and emitting a mouth-watering, rich aroma. The hearty feast of stone-grilled fish, crispy fish, wild mushrooms, and nutty sweet potatoes concludes a challenging yet incredibly sweet day of survival. To prepare for the hunt, prehistoric humans gather a large amount of pine resin clinging to ancient tree trunks. They melt down this thick resin over the fire and skillfully smear it onto the branches where birds frequently perch to trap them. Thanks to this clever sticky trap, they easily secure delicious prey without having to fight too hard. In addition, ripe wild oranges are harvested at great risk from towering heights. However, while they are roasting starchy wild yams, an uninvited guest suddenly emerges from the darkness. Faced with this brutal life or death struggle, Should they flee or stay and fight? Join our channel to watch the fierce confrontation between prehistoric humans and this giant South American python, and follow the evolutionary footsteps of our ancestors in the next episode by subscribing. Thank you for watching until the end of the video. Your continuous follow and support give us the motivation to release many more videos.
Tud. Got it! Arg! Keep pouring. Almost done.
In the golden ocean of the Pleistocene, height is a death sentence. To stand tall is to invite the gaze of the apex.
Keep your eyes on the horizon. We're close. Keep up. Faster. Must catch it. Keep up. Faster.
fighters of armor and predatory instinct. It doesn't need to chew. Its axe-shaped beak is designed to sever a human spine in a single strike. Pause. But man possesses a weapon far deadlier than claws.
Oh. Ah.
It does more than warm the skin. Heat alters the meat's chemistry, breaking down tough proteins, unlocking pure energy. Tonight, they don't just survive, they feast. In the primal theater of existence, the ocean is both the ultimate cradle and the deepest grave. Weighing over 100 tons, this leviathan of the prehistoric sea relies on its massive size and thick blubber as the ultimate defense against oceanic predators. While lacking the lethal bite force of apex hunters, its sheer displacement of water can capsize anything in its path, though its slow maneuverability leaves it vulnerable to colossal deep dwellers. Here, he meets the ghost of the depths. To save a god, one must willingly step into the dark. Koda plunges into the freezing void, where light surrenders to the crushing pressure. A nightmare of the abyssal zone, the colossal squid wields tree-trunk-sized tentacles armed with rotating sharp hooks, capable of latching onto prey with a grip strength that defies escape, despite lacking a moment of pure catharsis. The opaque fluid from the indigo robe isn't just sustenance. It is pure, raw, biological energy. In an environment that constantly drains heat and calories, this rich liquid is the ultimate antidote to exhaustion. Weapons are drawn, bloodshed is imminent, but deep within the ancient roots, life finds a way to bridge the land, the illusion of safety, but the silent fog hides secrets older than the tribe itself, a translucent green. Encased in a charcoal grey, chitinous exoskeleton weighing several tons. Running from a predator triggers its chase instinct. Standing your ground creates hesitation. Wet sand against highly sensitive eye stalks. A masterstroke of primal physics. Blind the sensor, paralyze the machine.
Hiss, hiss.
Against impenetrable armor, blunt force fails. But nature...
Ooh, ah, hey, ooh.
Tap, tap, tap. Hoof. No. Ugh. Yeah.
Grunts of effort, snarls, heavy breathing and gasps.
Yeah. Hurry, keep going.
Come, look. We see it.
Run.
In the crucible of the limestone desert, the sun is not a life giver, it is an executioner. When the surface offers nothing, survival means listening to the deep earth.
Over here.
To share the first drop of water is not just compassion, it is the unspoken pact of the pack. The Daeodon, a prehistoric titan weighing over a ton, boasts a crushing biteful. Yet, despite its devastating frontal charge and impenetrable skull, its massive top-heavy frame, fear is a reflex, courage is a decision. When the alpha falls, the collective must become the predator. Brute force is countered by geometry. A wall of sharpened stone leaves no angle for attack.
Grurk.
They do not retreat out of cowardice. They retreat because nature calculates the cost of blood. Today, night in the desert steals the heat of the living. To survive, one must capture the sun. The earth oven. By burying glowing limestone, thermal energy is trapped. The moisture from succulent leaves creates a pressurized steam chamber underground. The heat breaks down the tough fibers, turning the underground tuber into a sweet, golden nectar. Food is not mere sustenance. It is the physical manifestation of tomorrow, and a cool desert leaf draws the stagnation from bruised flesh. Healing begins with trust. The stars map map the way out of the abyss. The desert tries to erase their existence with shifting sands, but a human chain does not break. On the highest peak of the Black Rock, amidst the ocean of death, they stand not as prey. Amidst the scorching heat of the prehistoric wasteland, life is always a brutal gamble. Heat waves rise, carrying the acrid scent of dust mingled with the sweet aroma of burning fat. The early humans share their spoils of the hunt, crackling pieces of fire-seared meat, a rare grace from Mother Earth. But in this wilderness, peace is often nothing more than a sweet trap. High above, hidden within the dense foliage, an uninvited guest slithers forward. A giant python. A flawless constricting machine sculpted by millions of years of evolution. The predator makes no sound. It waits, as patient and silent as time itself. Plummeting strike that lands like a sledgehammer. Coils of rippling muscle wrap tightly around an unlucky victim, denying him even a second to scream. Fleeing in nature is an instinct, but being caught is a death sentence. This is no swift demise. It is the art of suffocation. With every exhale of the victim, the python tightens. The monstrous pressure obliterates the boundaries of the lungs. Joints dislocate, surrendering to absolute pressure. Roars erupt. Herd instinct awakens. The tribe charges straight into the boundary of life and death. Using bare hands, digging nails into steel-like scales, they desperately try to tear the monster away from their brother. But the beast has its own rules. External pulling only triggers a reflex contraction, making the grip even more brutal. Muscular strength is useless now. Desperation breeds clarity. They need a power that tames the darkness, that is fire. Blazing branches are thrown down, forming a crimson ring that scorches the earth. Smoke and heat paralyze the reptile's thermal sensors. Primal fear invades the predator. The cold-blooded killer panics. It drops its prey sprawling onto the fragmented earth, frantically slithering away from the infernal barrier. But human fury, once ignited, will not cease. The most ruthless hunter has now become the hunted. Thorny nets are cast, ensnaring the massive body writhing in despair. The killing machine is finally trapped, falling to human wrath and intellect. Silence, howling wind through the canyon. The battle is over, but victory carries a bitter aftertaste. The brave warrior has closed his eyes forever. Dust returns to dust. Mother Earth silently opens her arms to embrace her unfortunate son. A silent farewell ritual. Grief is buried beneath the stones, making way for the instinct to survive. In this unforgiving world, the death of one creature is always the lifeblood for another. The carcass of the giant python provides a colossal amount of protein, a treasure trove of reserves for the entire tribe. Chunks of meat are rubbed with rock salt. The harsh desert sun becomes a natural dehydrator, stripping all moisture to halt decay. Crisp ASMR sizzling sound. Python meat glows pink over the charcoal. The fat drips out, golden and rich. They glaze it with thick, wild honey. The intense sweetness is not just an indulgence. It coats the meat's structure, tricking the senses and completely neutralizing the gamey scent of blood and mud. Stone knives portion the rations. Bellies are filled. The rumbling of hunger gives way to satisfaction. Every muscle relaxes. A strangely peaceful night envelops those who have just returned from the brink of death. Darkness falls. The fires are lit once more, purifying the chill of death.
Oh,
But as the first ray of sunlight tears through the night, the brutal cycle turns again. Survival is a journey with no finish line. An agile hunter clings to the towering trunk of an areca palm, hoisting his bare body into the air. His piercing eyes sweep across the horizon, and then he finds it. A hidden giant bird's nest, concealing massive goose eggs, a block of pure, dense nutrition. He climbs straight into the lair of the sky, his rough hands embracing the unborn lives. But he has forgotten one truth. No mother in this world stands idle as her children are taken. From the highest clouds, the giant mother goose folds her wings and dives like a wrathful god, her sharp beak aimed straight at the intruder, initiating a new bloody battle. Gravity pulls him down. Fleeing now is not cowardice. It is the absolute reflex to cling to life. The dagger-like beak strikes down repeatedly. The mist blows, carry the fury of the sky. Speed. The churning legs drain the last ounce of oxygen from the lungs. In the wild, the slow instantly become history. The wasteland falls behind. Unable to leave her territory too far, the mother goose gives up, leaving glory to the reckless thief. Life rests safely in the basket. Massive eggs, a block of pure protein enough to alter the tribe's fate. The man hands the spoils to his wife. Rough hands cradle each egg, receiving a priceless gift from the edge of death.
The eggs are found. Gather!
Come closer!
What strange creatures they must be.
Eggshells crumble on the glowing roasting rock, soothing, sizzling sound. The thick yolk oozes out, golden bright. The heat breaks down the protein structure, awakening a rich aroma that soothes all extreme tension. Most of the spoils fill the stomachs, but a few are kept to gamble with the future. Patient incubation deceives nature. Tiny creatures peck through their shells, bringing seeds of proliferation amidst the barren wasteland.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
mashed insects mixed with wild grass. This rudimentary food blend fuels an intense metabolism. Domestication begins. The flock grows rapidly on human sweat, turning flora into a mobile meat reserve. The Thanksgiving feast. The first roasted goose meat sizzles with fat, its crispy skin wrapping the glossy, steaming brown flesh. Bellies are filled, hunger recedes, and in the straw nest, the second clutch of eggs appears, establishing an endless, sustainable cycle of life. Tonight, they sleep a profound sleep. A pure white peace falls. But tomorrow, the ocean is still growling in wait.
Careful. Tight. Pull.
The sun warms the fish. Winter will be kind to us.
The fire burns
Dawn
well.
breaks.
We are
The
ready.
seemingly gentle, crystal clear water conceals nature's black hole. A perfect tearing machine glides beneath the depths. The great white shark. the undefeated wrathful god of the ocean. Its hydrodynamic structure makes it an invisible phantom. Thousands of razor-sharp teeth are born only to crush bone and tear apart life force. The black shadow lunges from the water. The scythe of death snaps wildly against the sharp rocks. Thanks to ancestral survival reflexes, the humans frantically cling to the cliff, hoisting their bodies from the abyss by a hair's breadth. Fear makes them flinch, but to master nature, humans cannot run away. Intellect must manipulate beastly instinct.
Hold on.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Pull.
Help me.
Got you. Up. Up. Ush.
I'm slipping.
Keep reaching.
Yes.
Pull.
Up.
We made it.
Keep climbing. Look at that. Just keep moving. We made it.
A shark's olfaction can sniff out a single drop of blood miles away. The humans decide to exploit that very radar system. A foul-smelling chum mixture is mashed and packed tightly into a hollow pumpkin shell. It is not just bait, but a biological bomb, dispersing concentrated scent particles along the ocean currents. The pumpkin gourd is thrown into the water. Scent molecules diffuse into the cold silence, tracing a path straight to the death zone. In the deep, the beast catches the signal. Starvation blurs its caution. It cleaves the waves, charging toward the shoals. The phantom prey has lured the true hunter into the shallow water, where the massive muscle block's swimming advantage is completely neutralized. High on the cliff, human statues stand motionless, holding bated breath with massive boulders in hand. As the giant black shadow slithers forward to bite the pumpkin, the command rings out. Boulders avalanche like heavy rain, completely blocking the exit, eternally imprisoning the ocean's wrathful god in a narrow, shallow tomb.
Let them crash!
The ocean's apex predator is stripped of freedom. The frantic tail thrashes are now just waves of futility. The net descends like a hand of death, closing in on the exhausted killing machine.
Hold fast! Together!
Physical might has been nullified by human intellect. They drag the beast onto the sand, a trophy, a lifesaver, a fearful respect. The stone blade rises. Slabs of pink-white meat are carved out, a massive block of protein for the tribe. Salt crystallized from sun and sea is rubbed into the meat.
Mind the wind.
This is the key to halting decay.
Ready for the next one.
Gather the branches. The seaweed goes here. Arrange the cones neatly. Quickly, before nightfall.
Rah!
Bamboo skewers pierce the flesh, introducing them to the roaring fire. The aroma of grilled shark drifts in the wind, washing away the exhaustion from the long battle with the ocean. Satiety is a luxury. They eat not for pleasure, but to refuel the essence of life. The durability of shark enamel is a testament to perfect adaptation. Now, it becomes the weapon for humans to defend themselves.
Good.
Seaweed is dropped into boiling water, a nutrient-rich soup, replenishing minerals lost during days of harsh survival. Shark teeth, the ocean's razor-sharp daggers, are repurposed as spearheads. Excess meat is hung on bamboo drying racks, utilizing the desert sun to extend survival for many more days.
Okay, mother.
More here.
Everything seems stable, but nature never ceases its trials. The sky shifts. The vibrant blue is replaced by the leaden gray of storm clouds. The wind begins to howl, sweeping across the wasteland, carrying the chill of death. Panic has no place. Only agility remains. They frantically gather supplies before the storm strikes. They drag the drying racks. The tribe's treasure must keep this source of vital energy at all costs. But the most important thing remains the fire. The fire is carefully placed inside a giant seashell, a sanctuary protecting life from the gale force winds. They race against the night. Bare feet pound on gravel, searching for a shelter. A cave entrance appears amidst the sheer cliff. Salvation in the final moments. They plunge inside, leaving the roaring world behind. The fire is rekindled. Amber light dances on the stone walls, driving away the encroaching darkness. Meat is grilled once more. The sizzling sound becomes an anthem of safety within the cold cave.
They are ready.
Primitive tools are sharpened. Evolution doesn't stop at muscle. It lies in the dexterity of prehistoric hands. The storm outside tries to tear everything apart, but inside the cave, a flame of hope continues to smolder. This journey is not over. It has only begun a new, treacherous chapter. Nature is the harshest teacher. Every day, they learn how to tame it. Tomorrow, the sun will rise again, and our ancestors will continue their walk on the path of evolution. You have seen what they sacrificed to survive through this day. The war is not over. The chases for survival will become even more ferocious. Will the tribe keep its numbers? Who will be the next to face the scythe of death? The harshness of prehistory is not for the weak, and our ancestors are proving exactly that. The upcoming footage will reveal another secret of survival. Do not miss it. Every passing second is a lesson etched in sweat and blood. Hit subscribe to not miss this painful yet glorious journey. How did our ancestors evolve day by day, hour by hour? We will decode it together. Thank you for joining us through the most grueling spectrum of emotions. Your support is the fire that fuels us to recreate this historical footage. Leave a comment below, predicting the next challenge they will have to face. Each of your opinions is a piece of history we are recovering together. See you in the next episode, where the boundary between life and death is drawn once more. Be ready, because the wilderness never sleeps. Have a peaceful day before we return to the brutality of prehistory. From a high mountain peak nearby, prehistoric sentries were closely monitoring the surroundings. They immediately spotted the commotion and realized their precious livestock. To sound the alarm, a watchman blew loudly into a primitive horn made of animal. The echoing sound of the horn reached the camp, alerting the rest of the tribe.
Do.
Suddenly, a hungry pack of wolves emerged from the shadows and began chasing the vulnerable herd. Hunters positioned on the higher ridges began raining heavy stones down upon the wolf pack. Pelted by the unexpected barrel, unable to withstand the assault, the broken pack turned around and temporarily retreated. The tribal members quickly gathered the panicked antelopes and escorted them back to safety. As darkness fell over the wilderness, an eerie silence enveloped the prehistoric settlement. Driven by persistent hunger, the cunning wolves refused to give up and crept back under the cover. Fortunately, early humans had already mastered the power of fire to protect them. Without hesitation, they grabbed blazing torches and fiercely waved the roaring flame.
Enden.
Prehistoric humans held their breath and dived deep into the water, using sharpened wooden or bone spears to strike large fish. After bringing their catch ashore, they skillfully used sharp stone tools to quickly fillet the fresh, choice cuts of fish meat. These firm
Yeah.
pieces of fish meat were carefully rolled inside large wild leaves to preserve all of their natural juices. The heat from the fire caused the fish fat inside to melt, thoroughly infusing the meat and releasing a highly stimulating, rich aroma. Upon peeling away the outer leaves, they together enjoyed the rich, tender, and sweet grilled fish, a sumptuous feast in the middle of the wild forest. Here they used sharp stone axes to urgently cut down sturdy old wild bamboo thickets. With extraordinary strength and unity, hundreds of long straight bamboo stems were dragged down to the alluvial plain. They joined forces to drive these bamboo stakes deep into the churning riverbed, weaving them together to create a solid water barrier. As the flood gradually weakened and receded, a peaceful atmosphere returned once again to the wild settlement. To recharge their energy after the exhausting battle for survival, they set about preparing a meal from their available trophies. One group quickly rekindled the glowing fire, placing the fragrant leaf-wrapped fish skewers onto the crackling embers. Under the sunset, the tribe gathered to enjoy the sumptuous seafood feast, joyfully celebrating their victory over nature's wrath. Thousands of years ago, prehistoric coastal tribes relied heavily on the ocean for their day. During low tide, early humans would venture out onto the exposed reefs to fall. They actively searched for giant sea crabs hiding under large rocks and deep crevices. Catching these massive crustaceans required immense skill, speed, and bravery. With bare hands or primitive wooden sticks, they carefully pinned down the crab's powerful claws. To transport their heavy catch, they used giant baskets woven from sturdy wild vines. These oversized baskets were designed to hold multiple large crabs without letting them escape. Alongside the crabs, prehistoric humans also gathered large sea snails from at the camp. Others were already preparing the primitive fire pit with dry wood and stones. These sea snails provided an abundant and easily accessible source of protein for rows of large sea snails were arranged closely to roast in their Since prehistoric times, humans have known how to dive deep into coastal waters to search for abundant food sources, especially large primitive shrimp. These shrimp often hid deep inside narrow rock crevices, possessing thorny shells and sharp claws that were always ready for defense.
Ooh. Ah.
To avoid hand injuries from sharp thorns or lightning-fast pinches, prehistoric humans cleverly looped a homemade bark rope around the shrimp's body. By securely looping this rope from a distance, they could safely pull the giant shrimp out of the rock caves and bring them straight ashore. While walking along the sandy shore, a prehistoric human spotted a massive. Feeling a sense of pity, the early human used all his strength to carefully. Once upright, the giant turtle slowly but steadily crawled across the sand. The prehistoric human watched with joy as the magnificent creature. Meanwhile, another group followed the wet cliffs along the riverbank to search for natural oyster clusters, clinging tightly to the rocks. They used bone and sharp stone chisels to masterfully pry off the hard oyster shells. The large, fresh, succulent oysters were brought back and placed directly onto the red-hot stones. The sound of boiling oyster juice mingling with the aroma of rich grilled fish fat created an incredibly captivating wild flavor. Once brought to the ground, prehistoric hunters used sharp flaked stone tools to decisively split the shrimp in half lengthwise. The sizzling of shrimp fat on the hot stone surface, blended with the rich aroma, marked an important step forward in humanity's cooked food culture. This splitting helped the meat expose directly and cook more evenly when placed on stone slabs heated by a wood fire. This food source was also rich in essential minerals like zinc, iron, and fatty acids, which played an important role in stimulating brain evolution. This smart hunting method combined with a nutrient-rich cooking practice, was the key to helping our ancestors achieve superior survival in the wild environment. The giant sea crabs were placed directly onto the glowing embers or hot flat. Next to the crabs, rows of large sea snails were arranged closely to roast in them. The dark shells of the giant crabs gradually turned into a brilliant, appetizing. Under the sunset, the tribe gathered to enjoy the sumptuous seafood feast, joyfully celebrating their victory over nature's wrath. The smoky, rich meat was shared among all clan members. This nutritious diet of giant crabs and sea snails played a crucial role. During low tide, prehistoric women and children went to the rocky shores to harvest. This marine plant was a vital source of essential nutrients and salt for the ancient tribe. They waded into the shallow waters, carefully pulling long strands of green and After filling their woven baskets, they carried the heavy harvest to a near. They meticulously washed the seaweed in the clear water to remove sand, mud, and tiny. Once completely clean, they wrung out the excess water to prepare the plants for the dry. Under the intense heat of the prehistoric sun and the dry ocean breeze, to make it easier to store, the early humans gathered all the fully dried seaweed together. Over a few days, the soft marine plants transformed into crispy, paper-thin dry strips. Chopping the seaweed allowed them to maximize storage space and easily use. Tying the leather bags tightly kept the moisture out, ensuring a valuable food reserve. While walking along the sandy shore, a prehistoric human spotted.
Quicker! Hurry! For it!
Instead of capturing it for a meal, he decided to save the struggling creature before it was too. Using his bare hands and a large shell, the early human quickly dug a long trench from the shoreline to the fish. Within moments, the rushing seawater flooded into the newly made sand tunnel. Sensing the cool water, the fish instantly regained its strength and swam eagerly through the narrow channel. Following the safe path, the creature successfully escaped the treacherous beach and returned to the vast ocean. In the prehistoric world, wild honey was one of the most valuable and sought after. To find it, early humans had to look high up on the sheer cliffs where giant. Obtaining this liquid gold required immense courage, as one wrong step could lead to a fatal fall. They also prepared sturdy ropes made from twisted wild vines to help them scale the rocky wall. Before commencing the dangerous climb, they gathered specific green leaves and dry wood. They tightly bound these materials together to fashion primitive torches that. With the equipment ready, the most agile hunters began their perilous ascent up the. They carefully gripped the narrow rocky ledges, testing each foothold with. The wind howled around the precipitous cliff, making the high-altitude climb. After a grueling effort, they finally reached a narrow ledge right beneath the buzzing beehive.
Keep it steady. Slow. Hold it. Now. Locked.
Looking down, the camp below appeared as tiny dots, but the climbers kept it. A brave gatherer ignited the primitive torch, producing a dense cloud of pungent white smoke. He carefully waved the smoking torch toward the hive to disorient and calm the aggressive wild bee. Choked by the heavy smoke, thousands of bees abandoned their home and flew away into the open air. Seizing the moment, the prehistoric humans used sharp stone knives. They carefully placed the dripping, amber-colored honeycombs into containers. Despite receiving a few painful stings, the foragers successfully collected the entire honey harvest. Carrying the sweet prize, they carefully made their way back down the treacherous.
Keep pressing. Need to make sure it's gone.
Back at the camp, the high-calorie honey was shared among the clan, bringing immense...
So sweet.
While foraging deep in the ancient forest, prehistoric humans stumbled upon a... They noticed that the wild ostrich was limping heavily, suffering from a severe leg wound and...
Silence!
Instead of seeing it as easy prey, the early humans felt a...
Hiss!
Moving cautiously, a hunter gently approached and offered the giant bird. Desperate for food, the frightened creature hesitantly accepted the meal and gradually... With great patience, they gently guided the limping ostrich out of the dense woods.
We are safe for now.
Upon arrival, the entire community worked together, using sturdy branches and...
Yeah. Ha. Ha. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Inside its new enclosure, the ostrich was continuously fed and sheltered from predators. This unexpected rescue and act of kindness marked the very first step in...
Brush. Quickly, keep the smoke out. Add more sand to contain it.
Evolution didn't stop, and neither do we. Join the tribe before the next epoch begins. Subscribe us via the link in comment. Thanks a lot for your watching. river is a silent god, ancient and boundless. Its water is thick with the silt of 1,000 sun-scorched deserts. Above, the midday sun is a relentless hammer beating down on the parched earth.
Hey! 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 NJ!
Fleeing the doom of a harsh and unforgiving climate, amidst the thunderous roar of the great river, those crude logs, lashed together by unyielding resilience, became a raft of hope, carrying prehistoric pioneers across the vast waters to sow the seeds of a new life in the promised land. Koda and Line drift on a fragile raft of logs and vines. Their hands grip the textured bark, knuckles white with the weight of survival. Koda peers into the abyssal depths, searching for the shadows that dwell beneath. In this realm, the air is thick with dust and the scent of distant rain. Suddenly, a heavy nudge ripples through the logs, a dark greeting from the abyss. Eyes lock in a stare of shared dread. Lips are sealed, but the heart screams.
Hold on!
The raft shatters, sending them into the cold, murky embrace of the river. The water explodes in a violent breach as the prehistoric titan reveals its jagged back.
Get back!
The incarnation of a nightmare from a long-lost geological age, this beast possesses a colossal frame, over 12 meters long, with gaping jaws of death, powerful enough to swallow a primeval bison, or even the bravest warrior, in a single, fateful snap. Swiftly bringing his wife to the safety of the shore, Koda turned his full focus toward the beast, ready to confront the predator and defend their path to the new land. Between the annihilation of his people and a brutal battle for survival, Koda chose the latter, standing his ground against the monster to carve a path out of the barren desert toward a future. Koda faces the monster, his lungs burning for the air he left behind. A desperate struggle in a world of bubbles and silt, where blood remains a secret.
Roar.
Feel the power!
With a primal roar of effort, Koda lunges, driving the stone tip home. The beast goes limp, its ancient reign ended by a single focused strike.
Good.
Sparks fly from flint, birthing a fire that defies the encroaching dusk. The fat sizzles on the hot stones, a golden nectar dripping into the flames. They eat in a sacred silence, tasting the victory of those who refuse to die. As the embers fade, Koda drifts into a dreamless sleep, guarded by the river's song. Koda steps into the 1:15 p.m. sun, a white-yellow furnace that bleaches the very soul. The 1:15 p.m. sun is not a star, but a white-hot furnace stripping the tribe of their last breath. After the ritual of sand, the search for survival leads Koda to a protein fortress, the termite mound. Termite mounds are the skyscrapers of the savannah, housing millions of tiny protein cells. They are rich in essential fats and minerals like iron and calcium, vital for prehistoric brain growth. Lean applies wild honey to a fern twig, a golden lure that mimics the termites' food pheromones. The soldier termites, driven by their social instinct to protect, cling to the honey-coated stick. A white waterfall of life is harvested, a high-calorie reward with zero risk of injury to the hunter.
Good.
For the Tumus tribe, termites are a superfood containing up to 36% protein, higher than beef.
The analysis reveals a stark contrast. The prehistoric termite provided 62% protein.
But the forest offers a larger prize. The prehistoric kangaroo, a fast and powerful marsupial. Koda initiates the herding tactic, his footsteps a rhythmic drum, forcing the prey toward the big trees. Above, hidden in the dense canopy, the Tumus hunters wait in absolute predatory silence. At Koda's signal, a heavy vine net is cast from above, trapping the beast in a mesh of natural fibers. Gravity and teamwork finish the hunt. The tribe's coordination is their greatest weapon. They carry the heavy harvest back to the campsite, their shoulders bearing the weight of future survival. The fire is rekindled, a sacred glow that transforms raw muscle into a golden feast. The smell of roasting fat fills the air, signaling safety and abundance to the weary tribe. They eat in a unified circle, the crunch of roasted insects and the richness of kangaroo meat. In the prehistoric world, knowledge is the difference between an empty stomach and a full belly. Under the silver moonlight, the Tumus tribe rests, fueled by the bounty of the earth and the sky.
Its forelimbs are built like oak trunks, capable of pinning down a one-ton bison. Unlike modern cats, its power lies in a specialized canine shear bite mechanic.
Those iconic 20-centimeter fangs aren't for crushing, they are surgical daggers. A 400-kilogram titan of pure muscle, the saber-toothed cat utilized its immense body weight to pin down prey before unleashing a lightning-fast bite that channeled hundreds of kilograms of force through its iconic daggers, ending the hunt before the victim could even scream. Precision of a guillotine. The chase, its stride can cover 6 meters in a single bound. Fueled by pure adrenaline, Coda feels the ground vibrate, a rhythmic thud of 400 newtons of force per paw. Death is 2 meters away, exhaling the heat of 1,000 kills. The pupil constricts, the heartbeat thunders. The hunter knows he's being hunted. The canyon becomes a funnel, a trap where ancient ivory fangs gleam in the sun. A desperate gamble. Coda ruptures the sacred fungal pouch. The lemon yellow dust is a neurotoxin to the beast's hypersensitive olfactory system. 10,000 spores ignite a fire in the predator's eyes, blinding its ancient instinct. 10,000 spores ignite a fire in the predator's eyes, blinding its ancient instinct.
Roar! Hiya! Roar! Ra! Ra! Roar!
The predator refuses to yield. Instead of a leap of faith, the saber-toothed tiger finds a treacherous path, charging down like a whirlwind to intercept its prey at the base of the cliff. The ultimate race against time has begun. Hit subscribe now to witness this breathtaking journey in the next episode.
Where the primordial ocean crashes, death always wraps itself in impenetrable armor. The tyrant of the ruthless coast. A living fortress sculpted by the deep sea. Survival instinct tells Coda to strike. His tribe is starving, but pure brute force is sometimes just an invitation to death. The spear shatters. A chilling reminder, this earth has never belonged to mankind.
No!
Running is not cowardice. In the Ice Age, it is the only way tomorrow exists. Coda survives. His hands may be weaker than a beast's, but mankind's ultimate weapon lies here.
Keep back! Ah! Help! Oh God! No!
Keep climbing.
He listens to the rhythm of the tide. He measures the blindness of hunger in narrow crevice. A small piece of bait. Fear has given way to cold calculation. The tyrant takes the bait. The massive size that was once its strength is now the very prison holding it. One man cannot move a mountain, but a tribe can. Intellect creates the fulcrum. The power of the lever, one of the wild's first mechanical miracles. The invincible armor has been overturned. The softest vulnerability is exposed. The fruit of labor is heavy on their shoulders, yet their steps are weightless. The invincible armor has been overturned. The softest vulnerability is exposed.
Oh, my shoulders!
The fire dances. The cold armor of the ocean now radiates the golden hue of abundance.
Kirk.
The scent of roasted meat banishes the cruel darkness of the Ice Age. This is not just food, this is victory. Under the great tree, hunger has gone to sleep. Today, they are no longer prey. Tonight, they rest in peace.
Preserved food. Now the journey can begin.
The Ice Age isn't just about frost. Here, the sun scorches all things, and life is buried beneath the cracked earth. A greater hunter is descending. The meal is shattered. Now, they are the prey. Nightmare descends from the sky. The giant carnivorous terror bird. Don't look back. Its 3-meter stride can crush the distance in the blink of an eye. The fish are ahead. It is their only chance of survival. Or a mass grave. Jump! Darkness falls. But the scythe of death is still knocking at the door.
Unforgiving land.
No way back. Below lies a bottomless abyss. Lena must cross the boundary of fear. In this era, the strength of mankind doesn't lie in fangs and claws. It lies in their bond. The exit. They must risk a blind leap into the deep jungle. If they slip, it all ends. Another world hidden beneath the canopy. Dense, cramped, and suffocating. Crawling like insects. The slightest noise could awaken death. Crash. The talon pierces even the ancient roots. The relentless pursuit has no end. They survived the terror birds. But this purple smoke swamp is the domain of absolute silence. The air is toxic. The thick black mud wants to swallow everything that enters it. ground is moving. A vortex of despair. The more they struggle, the deeper the abyss pulls them down. The darkness finally swallows them up. The swamp does not welcome the weak. Here, life decays to conceal hidden reapers. Water erupts. The venomous fangs have struck. In this world, even the smallest scratch is a death sentence. But Lena refuses that sentence. The fury of protection is greater than any beast. The enemy has retreated, but the venom is boiling in his blood. Koda's time is running out. Once again, nature is a great teacher. A prehistoric boar carries the secret of primal alchemy. The white root, the nemesis of the swamp's venom.
Rak.
Chewed. Mixed. The bitter root transforms into the ultimate biological shield. The miracles of the Ice Age do not come from gods. They come from the knowledge of survival. The boundary of life and death has been bridged. Koda awakens with a new sense. The black mud is not just earth, it is a cloak of invisibility, erasing the scent of sweat, masking human warmth. To be reborn as phantoms of the deep forest. Blind beasts brush past, completely oblivious. To be reborn as phantoms of the deep forest. Blind beasts brush past, completely oblivious. Extracting venom from the realm of the dead. A cold, ruthless, and precise ritual. Every drop of death is sealed. The fragile wooden spear now carries the power of the swamp beast. The venom is set. Death is closing in. Will Coda become the hunter or simply the next meal for the 100-legged demon? Hit subscribe now to witness the life or death showdown in episode 2.
Nature does not negotiate, it does not pity. When the sky fractures, to stand tall is to invite death.
Rapid rhythmic hand tapping sound. Loud nasal huff.
Take. Eat.
Move!
Huh? Huh?
There, behind the water, a path.
Ah.
The storm's retreat leaves behind a deceptive trap. A single misstep means drowning in earth. The Arapema, a living torpedo stranded in the shallows. But strength without leverage is useless. They are small, they lack claws, venom, and armor. But they have the one force that conquers all, the intellect to adapt. They endure to see another sunrise.
Hold! Here! Hold! Here!
Arg! Arg!
Look. So bright.
To ascend is to defy gravity. To steal the golden nectar is to defy the swarm. Smoke, the great pacifier. It masks the chemical alarms, plunging the hive into a confused stupor, a calculated theft. But the sweet scent of victory often awakens sleeping giants. Weighing over 200 pounds, the Megalodapus is a primate titan with a jaw capable of crushing thick fibrous roots with hundreds of pounds of bite force. Sacrifice a fragment to save the whole, a primal compromise. Nature cares nothing for the struggles of flesh. The static storm is the ultimate erasure. It falls. The fire does not just warm the flesh, it forges the future. Resin, ash, and hair. Chemistry born before language. Huddle, stitch, survive. When the wrath passes, the earth yields a new demon. Tipping the scales at 2 tons, the Dorycurus is a living fortress, wielding a spiked tail club that can pulverize solid sandstone with thousands of pounds of kinetic force. Its impenetrable spiked armor provides ultimate physical defense, but its extremely poor vision and slow mobility allow a cunning intellect to blind and bypass it. blinds the eyes, suffocates the scent. The fortress seals itself, a bloodless victory. To rest in the wild is to invite death, unless you build teeth of your own.
Yeah. Fall back! Move to the river! Now!
Gray! Gray! I've got to find it quickly.
Ha! Almost there! Take that! Break! Smash!
A flash flood harbors no malice. It is simply the indifferent eraser of the earth. Stone, water, fire, the holy trinity of early culinary science. By transferring thermal energy from the embers to the water, the tough fibers of the meat surrender. It plumps, it yields, a reward not given, but earned. The sun does not hate, it simply burns. To survive the golden wasteland, flesh alone is not enough. Aloe sap and mineral salt, a primitive chemical reaction. As the salt dissolves, it violently absorbs heat from the skin. They don't just endure the desert, they wear it as armor. Narrow veins of the red earth, speed is useless if you are the prey. The Postosuchus does not hunt with its eyes. It hunts by heat. Barely weighing a few grams, the desert scorpion packs a neurotoxic sting, far deadlier than its minuscule, pinching bite. Black basalt, heated by the dawn, sears the translucent flesh, golden, sweet, and rich. They have survived the long night. They have earned the sun. An unclaimed giant egg, a capsule of pure, dormant energy. The highest stakes yield the greatest spoils. The sky does not weep, it swallows. A habub. Inside a fortress of cactus and leather, the storm's fury is inverted. The buried sand acts as a natural pressure oven. The rich, golden yolk slowly solidifies, restoring broken muscles. In the epicenter of chaos, they find absolute peace. Fire brings warmth, it brings hope, pause, and it awakens dormant titans. Smother the scent, blind the predator. Rosemary smoke is a weapon against the sensitive olfactory glands of the pack. The steam, the tender, juicy flesh, the rich marrow broth melting the cold away.
er.
Hiss. Urge. Growl.
Yeah. Speak!
It's glowing. Look at it. Look at it. Magnificent. Be careful. Keep it. We share.
Thank you, Mother.
Eerie screeching. Leathery wing beats.
Agonized roar.
The flickering firelight illuminates weathered faces. They hastily tear into the grilled fish, swallowing in urgency. This is not a feast, but the fueling for a life or death gamble. Before them, a natural boundary sweeps away all hope. A great river, murky, mysterious. To reach the promised land, humanity must step into a domain that is not its own. Beneath that calm surface, death hides patiently. Along the banks, the phantoms of the marsh appear. A giant water anaconda silently slithers by. And over there, a living, breathing flesh and bone tank wades. The hippopotamus, the absolute ruler of the shallows. Crossing the river by solitary human strength is a suicidal endeavor. But our ancestors survived not merely on muscle, they possessed intellect. Humanity's first great manipulation always begins with understanding. Instead of spears, they bring an offering. Succulent cantaloupes and bundles of dew-kissed young grass. The jaws with a bite force of thousands of psi, enough to crush bone. Now docilely and slowly savor the sweetness of nature. Between man and beast, a fragile treaty has just been signed. Swiftly, urgent, but absolutely not panicked. Nimble hands strip tree veins, weaving them into meters of net and wooden raft. The raft of life and death is tethered to the back of the friendly giant. They leave the shore, entering the freezing currents. Water resistance slows all movement, yet it provides an absolute advantage to aquatic predators. Do not welcome this treaty. The logs of death have awakened, a starving pod of crocodiles. They do not see humans, they only sense masses of protein beating with a fearful pulse. The water boils. The swarm of assassins lunges from the mud. The line between life and death is as thin as a single slip. One member is nearly torn apart by the underwater meat grinder. Pure luck and absolute reflexes help him escape the serrated teeth, hoisting himself back onto the raft. There is no room for trembling. Fear at this moment means death. The most primal weapon is deployed from the side pouches, boulders. Kinetic energy from primate arms crashes directly into hardened keratin armor. The ferocious, survival-driven resistance forces the reptiles to falter. In the natural world, predators always calculate caloric expenditure, too much resistance, and they retreat. The hippo surges its power, its toes finally touching the shallow sand. The new land stretches out to greet them. Safe. A rare, relieved exhale after the storm. Our ancestors never forgot a life-saving debt. The binding nets are removed. One final sweet melon is handed over. Animals know nothing of greed. They only take what they need. The gentle giant takes its reward, lumbering back to the deep river, leaving humanity behind. Having just crossed the boundary of death, the prehistoric eyes immediately lock onto the desert's water tower, towering against the sky, the coconut tree. To reach the purest source of life, man must battle gravity. Each coconut is dropped with calculation, falling obediently into the waiting net below. This care is not superfluous. A shattered shell means the lifeblood of the desert evaporates. The sweet, sterile, electrolyte-rich water overflows across cracked lips. It is not just water, it is resurrection. Rich coconut meat paired with grilled fish, a rare, peaceful feast where fear is momentarily forgotten.
Look, look! Palm grove.
But in nature, satiation is a dangerous asset.
Edge up! Heave! Push! Together! Now! Roll it!
Just as the wheels roll their first turns, the phantoms of the canopy appear. A troop of thirsty primates, the ruthless opportunists of the pack. They swoop down, shrieking, snatching and smashing the coconuts into the ground.
Back from the sled.
They are not just pillaging, they are destroying the survival fruits of others. Restraint now is suicide. Chunks of wood and dry coconuts become artillery hurled back at the enemy. Human intellect speaks once again. They create fire. Smoke and fire, the primal terror programmed into the DNA of every wild beast, forcing the troop to retreat.
Fast now!
The monkeys scatter but immediately give chase to the fleeing, rolling cart. Human intellect speaks once again. They create fire. They gather round logs, crafting a rudimentary machine to roll the heavy coconut clusters back to camp. The sky suddenly darkens. A massive 3-meter shadow covers the ground. A prehistoric feathered creature. Its beak could crush a stone in a single strike. The terror bird taps the rock, demanding the richest part of the feast. Early humans step back. Physical weapons are useless against this winged guillotine. A handful of dry powder is thrown straight into the predator's eyes, stripping its vision in a split second. Simultaneously, they throw bundles of fresh leaves into the hot embers down in the cave. The thermal updraft carries thick, blinding smoke upwards, engulfing the terror bird. Suffocating and disoriented, the giant bird shrieks in frustration, forced to flap away in search of easier prey. Coconuts can keep them from dying of thirst, but the human stomach needs protein to maintain core temperature. They return to the water's edge, where both life and death lurk.
Keep pushing! Move it this way! Push harder! Almost past! Watch the rope!
Look! The bottom! Muscles!
Diving deep into the frigid riverbed, the dark rattan baskets begin their task. Snail by snail, handfuls of clams are scraped from the silt, the spoils of those who dared cross the river of death. The wisdom of
Keep
food
pressing
preservation emerges. Clams are buried under
More
water-soaked
leaves
fern
here.
leaves to keep the
Be careful.
creatures inside
The rocks
breathing.
are hot.
A few are hastily tossed onto the charcoal. They devour the chewy, resilient meat before diving into heavier labor. Beneath the dark deep water, the scent of sweat and fresh blood from crushed clams has diffused.
Ha. Oh. Ha.
Keep close. Down to the river. The basket is heavy. I found many snails.
This time, they dive deeper, down to the slippery, moss-covered, rocky bottom. Using the principle of leverage, hard branches are wedged into rock crevices, prying open the massive shells of ancient clams. Baskets full of snails are shaken free of silk. This amount of food is enough to ignite hope for days to come.
Almost there.
Everything seems to be falling into perfect order. Until the law of the food chain calls their name. Beneath the dark, deep water, the scent of sweat and fresh blood from crushed clams has diffused.
Move!
It feels no rush. A colossal living log is slowly drifting upstream.
Keep watch. Something moved in the shallows. Birds, they are leaving.
The water tyrant, silently observing the faintest vibrations from the trespasser's footsteps. The scythe of death is raised beneath the calm surface. Will our ancestors realize it in time? The most brutal battle between the brain and the tyrant's jaws. Who will write the next chapter of history?
I cannot see. Hold tight, we must stop it. Get off me. Keep your grip. I will drown you. Not today. Help! Can't hold on. It's too strong. Cough, gasp, gurgle, splutter, gurgle, gurgle, gasp. Get away. Leave me alone. Help! Oh God. Help!
relive the ultimate memories of life and death in the next episode. Don't forget to subscribe to journey with the bloodline of our ancestors.
Hold the line.
And face the wrath of the tyrant. Until next time.
Chase men! Faster! Sharp inhale! Found them! Go!
The earth rewards those who survive her tests. The desert yam, a buried treasury of pure starch. Golden sugar of wild honey, pemmican, the first energy bar of mankind, a sweet rebellion against the storm. But smoke carries scent, and the scent of life summons the king of the canopy.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Audible sharp nasal inhale.
No!
They leave the light behind, plunging into the cold unknown, not out of fear, but because the pulse of humanity never stops beating.
Pull.
Yes!
Every calorie is a stolen victory. Smoke and time, the prehistoric alchemy that turns fleeting fresh meat into golden, preserved life. In the wasteland, fat and protein are not just food. They are time, time bought from the jaws of starvation. Black earth, crystal water, the endless wandering is over. A tiny wild seed pressed into the fertile mud. In this fragile gesture, the hunter dies and civilization is born. Flesh and bone must yield to gravity. A severed vine, a swinging log. The pendulum is a masterpiece of primitive mechanics, defeating a 300-kilo predator without shedding a single drop of blood. A sealed leather membrane over a living bush. As the plant sweats to survive the heat, the vapor hits the stifling trap, condensing into pure, distilled life. The physics of evaporation, saving a human life. The desert is a master of extremes, from boiling sand to freezing limestone. But the microstructures of animal fur know how to trap the invisible breath of the fog.
Arg.
Centrifugal force, 3 stones bound by leather, 1 perfect flight bar. It wraps the legs, stealing the beast's momentum. Intellect, neutralizing
Ha.
Smoke disorients the hive. Sweetness disarms the beast.
Grunt.
The currency of the wild is not always blood. Sometimes it is a primal treaty written in golden honey.
Stop. Look down.
The giant arthroplura, pinned securely at the neck. No armor pierced, no venom spilled. A masterclass in non-lethal restraint. Acid that melts stone. A direct strike is fatal. The human advantage lies not in muscle. It lies
Push
in the mechanical
down.
precision
Harder.
of a lever.
Trap it.
A
Now. It's
Y-shaped
caught.
branch.
Hold it.
Physics against armor. Earth, fire, and pressure. The bamboo locks the moisture within. When it breaks, the reward is absolute. A sealed clay tube in the embers. The steam pressure builds, forcing the essential oils of wild sage directly into the white meat. Thermodynamics, serving the palate.
Huh?
The aroma of cooked food nourishes the body, but it is also a beacon for assassins. To survive the falling death, one must embrace the void. Gravity, once again, becomes an ally.
Hold fast.
Almost there!
Push, Line. Hold fast.
Almost there!
Push, Line. Hold fast.
Almost there!
Push, Line.
I'm coming back.
Baobab Valley, guarded by a titan. 6 meters of sheer muscle and keratin claws that can split boulders. Weapons are useless here.
¿Qué?
The apex predator answers only to the kill. But when the sky breathes fire, the food chain shatters. Instinct turns from hunting to pure survival. This is a world that does not forgive. Here, size is absolute law. Bioluminescence, ancient algae, adapted to absorb the faint thermal energy from the underground spring. For the thirsty, this isn't just a discovery, it's a guide to the veins of the earth. Deep within the earth lie the hidden veins of the world, the cenote, guarded by the casteroids, the ancient engineer of the deep. does not crave human flesh. It desires timber to build its fortress. A quiet exchange of resources. Respect, granted through understanding.
Not safe. Whoa. 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 Oh. Ha. Ooh. Ha. Ooh.
Flesh and bone cannot fight prehistoric scale. Muscle will fail, but intellect uses the earth's own weight.
Oh.
Survival is not just about the body. It is a burden carried by the hands that have taken life to sustain it. Washing away the ash is a ritual, a silent plea to remember the human soul inside the hunter. Fire, ceramic bone, boiling water. This is not just a meal. It is the dawn of culinary alchemy, transforming the indigestible into golden energy.
Huh.
Ung.
Huh. Ung. We're almost there.
No spears, no spilled blood, a woven net of dry grass. Survival is rarely about brute strength. It is about anticipation.
Ra. Rach. Hrmp.
Strength alone cannot fell giants, but nature has its own armies. Smoke commands the swarm,
Get off me.
converting a 6-meter titan's rage into blind retreat. When facing overwhelming mass, humans do not fight. They let nature fight nature. The desert hornets, the true guardians of the acacia. The ashes cool, but the abyss waits. 800 kilograms of muscle and bone. Brute force cannot be met with brute force. The dawn on this prehistoric gravel does not promise life. It only offers a chance to fight for it. The desert does not keep time, it keeps secrets. Running is not cowardice. It is the raw mathematics of survival. The cold of the night is a ruthless filter, but from chaos, life finds equilibrium. Fire is the eldest logic of survival, a gold and orange bloom that tells the darkness, not tonight. From the first agonizing drop of sweat under the scorching sun to the freezing embrace of the underground stream, the circle of survival is complete. The horizon stretches out as an endless ocean of shimmering sand, a brutal crucible under an unblinking sun. Every breath taken by the prehistoric hunters feels like inhaling molten glass, drying their throats to dust. Their physical reserves are entirely depleted, their muscles screaming for a single drop of life-giving moisture. Through the distorting heat waves of the desert, a solitary vertical shape breaks the monotonous line of death. Against all ecological odds, a lone coconut palm stands anchored deep within the arid, baking wasteland. Clustered tightly near the trunk are precious fruits, a mixture of dried brown husks and younger green spheres. With slow, deliberate movements, he begins the agonizing climb, fighting the gravitational drag on his weakened limbs. Its upper crown tells a tragic story of survival, with leaves entirely withered and turned to brittle straw by the solar glare. Yet, beneath this crown of decay lies a vibrant, hidden testament to the stubborn resilience of nature. From his primitive leather belt, he draws his primary tool, a crudely flaked but lethal stone knife. Suspended high above the burning desert floor, he balances precariously, facing the blinding, direct glare of the sun. He summons the absolute final reserves of his biological strength, raising the heavy stone blade above his head. He strikes the tough, fibrous stem of the coconut cluster, the impact sending dull vibrations through the palm. Each repeated blow under the baking, suffocating midday heat is a desperate gamble against total muscle failure. Finally, the stem severs, and the heavy, moisture-laden fruits hurtle downward, impacting the soft sand with a heavy thud. He rapidly gathers the scattered coconuts into a single pile, shielding them from the intense ambient heat. Kneeling on the hot sand, he raises his stone knife once more, driving it with precise force into the center of a fruit. The stubborn outer husk splits apart, exposing the hard inner shell, which he fractures with a secondary, masterful strike. Coconut water is a hyper-nutritious survival fluid, uniquely packed with natural potassium, magnesium, and essential sugars that instantly restore cardiac rhythm and cellular hydration. From the fractured heart of the coconut, a pristine, clear liquid bubbles forth, escaping into the sunlight. He brings the cracked shell to his lips, allowing the sweet, life-saving nectar to flood his parched oral cavity. The cool fluid flows down his esophagus like a miraculous balm, instantly reversing hours of cellular dehydration. In the prehistoric world, individual survival is meaningless without collective continuity. He turns to his life partner. He unselfishly shares the perfectly opened, water-rich coconuts with his waiting, equally exhausted wife. Next, the hunter uses the thin, wedge-like edge of his stone blade to pry the solid white lining from the interior shell. The dense coconut meat is extraordinarily aromatic and packed with saturated fats, acting as a high-calorie fuel for the human body. This rich vegetable fat provides immediate satiety, effectively crushing the gnawing pangs of long-term starvation. Hoisting the heavy baskets onto their backs, they resume their trek, literally carrying the heavy burden of survival. A wild desert rabbit is lying completely exposed on the baked earth, its small body paralyzed by severe sunstroke. The creature's natural speed is completely neutralized by the overwhelming, oppressive heat of the day. Operating with absolute predatory silence, the hunter sneaks forward, minimizing his physical silhouette against the light. Within a single afternoon, the wilderness has provided them with both deep hydration and dense animal protein. This single fortunate acquisition effectively yanks the small family entirely out of the jaws of impending mortality. They immediately prepare the rabbit flesh for preservation, using the stone knife to slice the muscles into clean sections. The fresh, tender meat is sliced with expert precision into incredibly thin strips to facilitate rapid cooking. The hunter reaches into a small pouch and extracts raw mineral salt crystals, crushing them over the sliced flesh. He sprinkles a measured amount of salt to penetrate the muscular fibers, enhancing the flavor and preventing cellular decay. Next, the seasoned meat strips are meticulously arranged inside large, protective sheets of fresh palm leaves. The division into multiple separate packages allows for easy transport and efficient distribution during the journey. They march forward through the punishing, dry wind, fueled by the psychological triumph of a successful forage.
Koda!
Upon entering the perimeter of their camp, they immediately gather firewood to ignite the central hearth. The woman opens the emerald green palm leaf wrappers, exposing the perfectly salted, pristine meat to the air. They push long, slender wooden skewers deep into the core of the meat strips, securing them for the flames. The meat-laden skewers are suspended over the hearth, where a crackling, bap-bung fire begins to radiate intense heat. As the exterior sizzles, the hunter uses a feathered brush to coat the meat with thick, golden, wild honey. The honey glaze caramelizes over the open flame, locking the natural moisture inside and adding a spectacular sweetness. The remaining pieces of meat are hung on a high rack to be thoroughly smoked and dehydrated by the sun. This ancient dehydration method ensures the meat is transformed into a long-lasting, vital food reserve for lean times. Rabbit meat is exceptionally low in fat and cholesterol, while being packed with highly bioavailable iron and essential amino acids. With primitive satisfaction, they chew ravenously on the perfectly roasted, crispy, and deeply flavored rabbit meat. The tribal family sits closely together around the flickering perimeter of the fire, their hunger reaching its peak. After the intense feast, they lie down under the massive, protective canopy of sprawling ancient trees. As dawn breaks, the brief respite concludes, and they must pack their meager belongings to continue the journey. Navigating through the untamed wilderness, wild fruits remain an absolutely critical component of their daily survival strategy. These raw botanical specimens provide the essential vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber needed to maintain baseline health. Alongside the fruit, fresh slabs of fatty salmon are carefully sliced and meticulously enclosed within supple banana leaves. The green banana leaves steam the fish internally over hot stones, significantly enhancing its aromatic profile and tenderness. In this ancient world, however, security is a temporary illusion. The struggle for existence is never a simple affair. Before their morning meal can be completed, a massive, apocalyptic, prehistoric rainstorm suddenly detonates across the landscape. Violent, jagged arcs of electricity rip through the blackened sky, accompanied by ground-shaking explosions of thunder. The tribe must initiate an immediate, high-speed relocation to avoid being caught in a catastrophic flash flood. The sudden torrential deluge is capable of triggering massive mudslides that can sweep away entire populations in an instant. Driven by the absolute necessity of evasion, they abandon the valley and begin ascending a treacherous mountain ridge. The entire clan moves in close synchronization, tracking along the steep, rain-slicked Suan Nuai with extreme caution. They press their bodies against the cold stone, carefully gripping the slippery rock faces and exposed tree roots for traction. A single loss of footing on this wet, unstable vertical terrain would result in an immediate, fatal plunge into the abyss. With synchronized muscle power and absolute trust, they use the rope to haul each struggling member up the vertical wall. The massive downpour has completely revitalized the previously arid rivers, transforming dry beds into rushing, fertile channels. The sudden influx of deep water naturally triggers an explosion of aquatic activity, introducing an abundance of potential prey. The hunters cautiously enter the dense, overgrown swampland bordering the river, where the vegetation grows in choked profusion. This primordial wetland is a highly unstable environment, concealing deep patches of quicksand and territorial predators. They take their tightly woven wicker baskets and smear the inner chambers with the intense, concentrated residue of wild honey. They submerge these modified traps along the shallow margins of the swamp, allowing the scent to diffuse into the current. The powerful saccharide aroma functions as a supreme chemical lure for the giant crustaceans scavenging the river bottom. Massive river lobsters, drawn blindly by their highly sensitive olfactory antennae, emerge from their deep mud burrows. Lobsters are highly targeted by prehistoric tribes due to their extraordinary, hyper-nutritious biological profile. Their dense, mineral-rich white meat offers high-quality amino acids and zinc, directly facilitating rapid muscle hypertrophy and repair. With all the high-grade raw ingredients assembled, an exceptional ancestral cooking ritual is put into action. The cooks split open large sections of green, living bamboo, creating a series of natural, sealed pressure vessels. They pack the raw lobster tail meat and sliced mushrooms tightly into these organic cylinders, sealing the ends with wet clay. Cooking inside green bamboo allows the natural moisture of the plant to steam the interior ingredients under light pressure. This brilliant technique significantly increases flavor retention while ensuring the delicate proteins become exceptionally soft and uniformly cooked. The split bamboo reveals a steaming, perfectly golden brown culinary treasure, releasing an intense, mouth-watering aroma. The nutrient-dense lobster flesh instantly rejuvenates their depleted systems, ensuring they survive the current evolutionary bottleneck. To maintain dominance in this hostile era, early humans must prioritize the application of primitive intelligence over raw physical power. They completely avoid engaging giant megafauna in direct combat, recognizing that their thin skin is no match for massive horns. Instead, they dedicate their collective labor